unit, including preprint and reviews. Solange Santos, she's the coordinator of SciELO Publishing Unit. Roberta Taquenat, she's the coordinator of the development for SciELO Unit. Amanda Ramalho, she coordinates SciELO Books, SciELO Livros. Rondinelli Saad, he is responsible, the coordinator of SciELO Infrastructure. Annabel Parker, who is the director of SciELO FAPESP program. And the moderator will be Karina Gordillo. She's the coordinator of SciELO Argentina. You have the floor, Karina. Good morning. I have this great pleasure to moderate this panel, and it's about the SciELO model of publishing. Our first speaker is Abel Packer, who is the director of the program SciELO FAPESP. He will discuss about the models that are published in open access. Thanks, Karina. I will address the flow of article production based on SciELO model. We have a series of bullets where the manuscripts will flow. Open science has a discourse that is easy to accept because it promotes democratization of the contents, make them democratic, but the process of producing articles should have open contents and open methods. And this implies in somehow a discomfort because the editors have to change the editorial policy, the editorial management, and publishing. When I say they have to change, actually I want to say they have to renew, renovate. Open science practices that are adopted by our model, it's an open access model, and the preprints for communication, we say publish before and assess later. As to investigation research date, they are adjacent to preprint manuscripts and final articles. So the documents, the programs may make assessment easier, and then we can reuse data again. Assessment of informed manuscripts. So the author has a manuscript and will submit. So when submitting to the journal should have a checklist, a form, in order to interact with the corresponding author, addressing the open science manuscript, open science practices. So the authors are asked to inform if it's a preprint manuscript, should inform if data or any other material are susceptible, if the references are appropriate, and if they accept submission to peer review. And then we have this preprint. And we have a session for data and one for peer review. I won't give details, but it's available online. This is crucial for the journal and also for the authors, because the journal wants to enter this open science context. And we have indicators for the journals about the perception and the availability of the community for such practices. So the author will submit the manuscript to the journal. There is an analysis and then a peer review. It will be approved or not. And then we have an approved manuscript. It will go to edition, and then we have the final article that will go to interoperability and publishing. And that's the green model for deposit in repository of approved articles. And during submission, some journals charge an APC. And that's a concept. They say it's a contribution to pay expenses of the articles. So that's a non-profit activity. But many editors of SciELO journals have asked for this charge. We started with gold and then diamond, but now some journals are charging this APC. There are other models that we do not use in SciELO, but now we have what we call the transformation agreements in order to have access, open access. We have CC Alliance, that's a public domain. SciELO uses it for metadata. And this will go to text. What is the problem of this model? Using statistics of SciELO Brazil, I believe they might be the same in Latin America. It takes about 6 months, that's a median of 6 months, to have an article approved. And then 6 more months for the final article. So preprint tries to solve this problem, this delay. So if you send to preprint, we have what we call moderation. Is it an investigation article or not? A research article? Does it fulfill or not the criteria? And preprint has an advantage. You can have different versions. So you can improve your preprint by being assisted by your colleagues or other people. When the preprint is ready, you can submit to the journal. So you can gain 1 year in this process. Then you can revise later. We can have better improved manuscripts. And what is the problem? Many editors have never published preprints. So I urge editors to publish your first preprint. Tell your wife, your husband, your children, I publish my first preprint. In your life, you will change. There is another mechanism used by SciELO. When I have an approved manuscript, I have 6 months to publish the article. And in this interval, you can publish the preprint. So the average is about 6 months. We can save 6 months. This lecture will be available. You can read the slide later on. And together with submission for preprint, I submit data. Preprint may not be approved. So when you submit, the author should submit data, but not open to the public. It will be open only after approval. Then you have peer review, initial analysis, moderation, and then we have what we call data curation. So we expect journals to develop this ability to have data curation. And we have a data editor. And that's the same process to publish articles. So it's important to have declaration of data or statement of data, from where data come from. Data preservation, reuse, reproduction, replication. And it's important to consider ROI, return on investment. If you invest $20,000 in an investigation and a research, why not publish data so that other people can use them? And we have open peer review. Arlette will address this later on. And that's the process with journals. So the reports by the reviewers should be attached to the articles. That's what we call reviewer report. It may be just a different article with an DOI, And in the international conference, we're going to have a panel just about this topic. So that's a closed process where we don't know the identities, maybe double blind or just blind. That's a great advance because the journal will state, I have a system to do a peer review and you know who is responsible for that. Publish anonymous reports so the reviewer can choose identification or not. And it's a process with an internal opening or disclosure of identities. So you ask the authors if they want this disclosure. If you have a preprint, you know the identity. And it's a process open to the public. It's something that we're going to discuss later on. You can look the Web 1000 research. So in conclusion, the adoption of this open science modus operandi requires to renovate the editorial policy of the journal about instructions to the authors. You have to change the flow management of production of articles, the processes, guides, and capacity building. And there are advantages, and of course, this will make it more prestigious, more visible. So if you have many DOI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abel. Now, next in our panel, I'd like to introduce Renata Postali. She is a librarian of the production unit at SciELO. Good morning, everyone. So today I will talk to you about SciELO PS as a marker for open science. In 2013, it's the start of the XML markup of SciELO Brazil. In 2014, it was the first version of SciELO PS. 2015, SciELO Brazil collection was entirely on XML. And we started to disseminate this methodology to the SciELO network. 2019, the latest version of SciELO PS. 2022, then we added the markup for open science practices. So we have 4 markers, and each one of them with its own documentation. First, the availability of data. Second one, reviewers report, just as Abel mentioned. I apologize, I forgot that my PowerPoint was set up like this. So just as Abel mentioned, the reviewer's report may be published according to 3 types: article, sub-article, or as an external link. Third one, let me see if this works. Third one, preprint, published in journals in which The version of the document as a preprint must be mentioned and the date. And finally, the credit taxonomy. Challenges. I've already mentioned some of these challenges. So to change the criteria, properly mark data of these pieces of information using XML. Also request authors and reviewers to align their procedures and processes with open science practices, and also guide and support journals in adopting these practices. For future perspectives, so the launch of a new version, SciELO PS, we are already working on that. Also to enhance integration and participation, also to create instructions and to create a shared and exclusive communication channel with the network in order to optimize all this information. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much, Renata. So now let's continue. And we have Denise Perez. She is the coordinator of indexation, and she will talk to us about the indexation criteria and updates. Good morning, everyone. I'm Denise Perez. I'm the coordinator of the indexation unit. And let me talk to you about updates on the SciELO criteria. The updates were based on the SciELO program context, and it's guided by 5 principles. So scientific knowledge as a global public asset. So SciELO as a program of open science, also to work as a network at every single level in order to optimize collaboration, learning, scale creation, and also mitigating asymmetries. Also quality control of the entire scientific communication flow, which leads us to adopt the standards, best practices, and innovation. Also based on the update of the FAIR principles, so localizable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable information. And also to use the DEA principles: diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Also to consider the integration of the SciELO team and its relationship with the entire network. So today, the criteria was updated in order to consolidate these DEA principles and also the SciELO principles. So the entire collection, scientific collection, original papers, also with open science practices, relevant sustainability, also qualification, promotion of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and contribution for the collection. So in general, what's important to consider is to adopt an open license CC BY for the entire SciELO collection, continuous publishing of all papers, also acceptance of preprints, also opening research data. Authors should have ORCID, and also all the papers should have an DOI. Also the adoption of credit. Credit already has 14 pre-established papers. Also complying with best practices regarding open science and scientific communication, in alignment to the DIA principles. Challenges, the same that were mentioned. So what we expect is that the SciELO network can align all journals following the criteria that we apply in Brazil, and that we can also publish papers according to CC BY, accepting preprint, and also aligned to open science. Besides that, one challenge is to enhance visibility, presence, and impact of the SciELO network journals, and that's why we are working with the Web of Science and Scopus. So we have been working in order to have our collection available on those databases. And the expectation is that this is aligned, so the entire SciELO network, and that we can have an updated editorial policy according to the criteria proposed here. So perspective for 2024, we expect the SciELO Brazil collection to be 100% aligned to the proposed updates. So the Brazilian criteria was published in 2022. And we also expect the SciELO Brazil criteria to be extended to the network. We have already made available a new version of the criteria document. It's available. You can copy this website, this landing page. So I hope we have helped, and I'm available to support you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Denise, to talk to us about the updates, about the criteria, both within SciELO and also what is expected for the network. Next, let's have Alex Mendonça. He is the coordinator of the unit of online submission and preprints. He's going to talk to us about preprint and informed peer review. Good morning once again. So I will talk to you about these two issues, preprint and informed peer review. And we know that these two issues are connected. So let's talk about reliable preprint server. What does that mean? How does SciELO see that? So reliable preprint server holds a transparent moderation policy. So SciELO preprint, we have moderation that's available as a server. So if you access, you will see our editorial policies showing the criteria, how they are moderated, if they are moderated. And it's important to have these policies set up, just as we have policies for authors for the preprint server, is the same thing. Preprints also receive the DOI, so all preprints posted receive a DOI. We can also have different preprint versions. So just as they receive some comments or ones that was assessed, evaluated, it's important that we allow them to update the version. And we also offer the options of receiving comments and also assessment from the community. So the concept of preprint expects community to comment, and it's important that we offer that. So in SciELO preprints, we have the endorsement from researchers that can be done before the moderation, during the moderation, before actually the publication, and after the publication. So it's still possible to endorse that preprint, and also evaluation comments. interoperability with other services and platforms, be it regarding evaluation, other peer review, or also submission. So we have JS and some others that are used by journals. And it's important that the server interoperates with such platforms. And it's important that it also operates under the Open Preprint Systems, PKP, which was also developed along with SciELO. It was SciELO's initiative so that we could develop PKP platform together. Current situation regarding preprints. So preprints and open data as the beginning of scientific communication, and Abel already demonstrated that. So SciELO wants to promote and encourage this scientific communication flow. Continuous use, but still limited, and just as Abel mentioned, editors still need to get used to publishing preprints, especially if we consider that the SciELO network publishes more than 50,000 papers per year. And this number is not as high for preprints. Journals should clearly inform when providing instructions to authors the acceptance of a preprint submission. So yesterday we had some presentations about that, and Aline talked about SciELO Public Health. So not every single journal informs about the acceptance of preprints. Open data. So today we have the integration with Dataverse, and we will have a talk about that next. We have 3 levels of moderation and also pre-endorsement. So that allows researchers to endorse the study or the research of another researcher. We have 2 options of open review. One is using hypothesis, which allows notations on PDF, and the pre-review, which is a pre-review platform. Now let's talk about informed review. There are different ways for journals to migrate to these new means to inform peer review. So we incentivize the publication of the name of the editor responsible for the evaluation. We have already seen some journals doing that. Also to publish opinions that are favorable to the publication with or without identification, to publish opinions favorable or unfavorable with or without identification, and mutual consent of author and reviewer in all cases. If we have the consent of the parties, we should not fear publishing this piece of information regarding the reviews. Challenges. There is still resistance from editors and researchers. I believe that we will discuss this further this week. Also, the lack of public policies that incentivize the adoption of open practices. Moderation. We want a balance between permissibility and publishing in a very responsible fashion. Also appropriation of preprints by journals. So we want journals to benefit from having preprints. So how can a preprint provide benefits to journal? Also manage the fragmentation of research. So we have the published paper, we have the review, we have the preprint, and what we see is that they are tied to different identifiers. And enhanced interoperability between preprint servers, data repositories, submission platforms, peer review. So the idea is to integrate everything so that the flow runs smoothly. Future perspectives. interoperability with open journal systems. We already have an architecture that has been set up for that, but that is not being used yet. But as similar systems that will be easy to be done. We are also working with pre-review and COAR. It's a new integration phase that will increase the number of notifications, also to enhance the integrity of the process. It will strengthen open reviews. So the use of AI tools to support moderation. We know that AI can support us. Also similarity analysis, and this is an issue not only for papers but also for preprints, to expand indexation so that the preprints can be easily found and also to help us disseminating them, and to facilitate the extraction of reviews in XML. So particularly targeting the publication in SciELO. So this is another perspective that we have for the future. Well, with that, I close my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation about preprint servers and also the challenges faced by the network and future perspectives. And next, Solange Santos, she is the coordinator of the SciELO publication. She's going to talk to us about the repository of journals in SciELO data, how to implement it.
Good morning, everyone. The aim of my lecture is to share with you the current status of our SciELO data repository. This repository was launched as a pilot in August 2020, using Dataverse as the platform, and it has been under regular operation since January 2022. So we have challenges in this 1 year of regular operation. And it's not only for SciELO Brazil that has adopted, but for our network. There are 34 dataverses or individual repositories. 33 are from the SciELO Brazil collection, where data can be deposited, followed up, and then when the articles are approved, we follow up the publications. We have preprints, as Alex addressed, and when we have approved preprints that are not in another repository, they can go to this platform so that it will favor approval of the preprint. There are some restrictions as to research published in preprint, but if we have data, we can make this research more reliable and visible. In July 2023, we had a request by SciELO Mexico collection. They wanted to know if they could use SciELO data as an individual repository for their collection. And during this 1 year operation, we could see our main challenges for those who manage a data repository. The first challenge, after an analysis by our team, we know that we have to make data available because it will communicate humans and machines about existing data or non-existing data. So if we don't have clear data, I will not ask if they are not available because they do not exist or they were not made available. So we have to update the editorial policies, and the policies should be complied with. Some are about open data, but not where, when, what should be in the deposit. So we have to update the policies and assure they will be complied with. We need a decentralized operation. This demands energy to understand about data management. Yesterday, we had some lectures about data literacy for the teams that are managing repositories and teams that are responsible for editorials. So we have to manage follow-up, data curation inside the repository. So main challenges, we have to learn and we have to tell editors, reviewers, how we can follow up data in the repositories. Another challenge is to overcome the resistance of authors, researchers, in order to share their data. It's also difficult to follow up. By follow up, I mean updating the editorial policy and to know how information is presented. Renata showed some changes in XML, but we have to mark it properly because we have to communicate to the machines about existing data. We have to encourage authors to share data. We have to make data available, and we have to communicate to the machines about data. And these will make easier tracking data in the future. As to the decentralized operation, how we can implement it for SciELO team and for the journals team, we tell them about data curation, how to prepare research data, and you can access materials that we have developed so that you can update your policies. Included in learning, following up what you do, we want to define strategies. How can we meet each journal? How can we meet according to thematic areas? How can we encourage the journals to take part in this? Follow up data and make them available. We have to meet the journal teams, create databases, and we have to learn to do data curation. It's very important when we manage a data repository. As to the next steps, from October on, we expect SciELO data to be incorporated to the network. The databases of each collection for SciELO Mexico, who was the first to request, we have created databases by coordinators. So we have just the version draft now. But when you ask, You already have these um, instances of photo where you can use them. We also expect to hold seminars for countries or for journals according to the thematic areas so that we can meet the editors and have their support. We have held some meetings with SciELO Mexico, and we expect them to collaborate with us when implementing SciELO data to other collections. So we expect to start the seminars next month in October. So we expect all of you to help us using those data verses and to have the support of SciELO Brazil team. It's a challenge, but the earlier we start, the earlier we are going to achieve the results we expect. Thank you. Thanks, Solange, for your lecture. Well, now I'm quite expectant as to how we can use SciELO data. The next speaker is Amanda Ramalho. She is the coordinator of SciELO Livros or SciELO Books units. Good morning. SciELO Books was launched in 2012, so we are celebrating 11 years. And we want to have a web platform for books in Brazil and Latin America. The open access SciELO for books has a two-part combination, a public program financing by public resources and the contribution of editors. We developed it with 3 university publishing houses, Fiocruz, Unesp, and EDUFBA, with the support of the Brazilian Association of University Publishers. It's operated by SciELO Program, and it's a cooperative network, self-sustainable, with national and international academic and scientific books. We have 22, 17 from Brazil, 3 from Colombia, 1 from Ecuador, 7 thematic collections. We have published over 1,850 books, and 63% are in open access. Our aim is to achieve 100% open access books. We have standardized metadata that will help us managing contents. We have unique identifiers such as ISBN, DOI, in order to identify the book. And we have a thematic classification in order to choose the right pages. To publish open book, open access is not just an option. It's a strategy for visibility, accessibility, and it's a fluid format so that the authors can change the font, can change or expand the images, etc. And we can make metadata available in the market, such as Onyx for books. There are databases that are interconnected with other databases throughout the world. This standardization makes this communication easier. This means that your book may be found in many universities all over the world, in many libraries that you've never heard of. SciELO Books has a consolidated process for data interoperability in order to promote globalization. We take part in Amazon, Kobo, and Google, and this makes it easier for editors who found it difficult to access the shops. Also, we have a search service that is very often used by universities, libraries, and research sites. We have protocol OAI-PMH. In other words, we need not only standardized metadata, but we have to build an ecosystem of collaboration in order to disseminate data. We are spread in 70 countries. Most books are in Portuguese and Spanish, and over 118 million downloads have been done. We are, since 2021, acknowledged as a reliable platform by DOAB. But there are some challenges. We need financial maintenance. We want to advance as a digital support as the main means of publishing. We want to expand our coverage of books in Latin America, and we want to create a database that is a bibliometric database. On Wednesday, we're going to have a panel to discuss about books. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda, for your lecture. And the next one is Roberta Takenaka, and she coordinates SciELO Development Unit. She will present updates in the methodological and technological platform. I'll give you a context in order to understand how we can place data in SciELO website. We have some manual operations and others that require less automation. They are supported by FTP, email, and files that we can share in our network. We have Office software. We have some software with no graphic interface. However, we find it difficult to maintain all the applications because there are many and they adopt diverse technologies. In order to solve such problems, we have a new platform with just 3 applications. That's the website, and the other is the upload application, so that we can input data in the website. SciELO collections will have 1 or 2 websites because you can have 2. For uploads, you have just 1. And the core application is a single app that will be installed in just one central unit where we can have data from all collections. You can input data from the collections and make services available regarding collection data. Of course, we have many challenges when we migrate from one platform to another. The first two challenges were our learned lessons based on our previous experience, and we think that moving or migrating platforms is just related to the website. However, this has an impact in all processes and in all applications that we have. We have to consider all the dependencies of the applications and all existing processes. Since it's a migration, we have some parts that are under operation. Some are ready. We have replaced the old parts by the new, but we have to keep it under operation with no negative impact. Therefore, we have to live with the old and the new for some time. And we have to take care of what is under operation and take care of what we want to implement, what is new. It's also important when migrating to a new platform to have an analysis of data, because many collections have data that were input using XML, and we should change data in XML for the new website so that we can have more interactivity or interactions in the new site. Moreover, we have some reports, and we should check them in order to find any problem, and we can correct them so that we can have proper XML in the new platform. And we have to serve a large group of users. And we know that today we have those desktop software. We need passwords, but when available in the internet, we have to deal with different groups of users and have different passwords. And in the future, we can start meeting next month to discuss about migration issues in November. So we can first meet the coordinators, decide the websites, organize an implementation schedule, documents about implementation. I believe that we can make available this XML between March and June 2024. That's an important part. XML is a standard. We have documents to create XML, but we have to validate them because any tool can generate XML. However, we have to define criteria and check if the XML are appropriate or meet the criteria or not. With the new system, we expect to work with group of users. We are going to release the system according to the groups. First, those that are closer to us, SciELO Brazil team, editors, and then producers of XML. So it will be a step-by-step process. And by doing this, we expect to have more agile and transparent processes. Moreover, it will be easier to obtain or gather data and generate reports. And this will help us develop, implement, operate, and maintain the applications. And finally, adopting artificial intelligence for XML marking and to classify the contents. We have worked in some experiments with ChatGPT, but the results were interesting. And for SciELO team, we do not want to have just one XML marking solution. Therefore, all companies can develop their own solutions. So that's what I had to present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberta. It's a lot for us to take in, and it's great that we will have the opportunity to discuss all these issues. Now let's continue. I'd like to introduce Rondinelli Saad. He is the coordinator of SciELO's infrastructure. He will talk to us about information security and digital preservation. Good morning, everyone. So I will talk to you about the advances and perspectives of the field I work in, so digital preservation. But I'd like to start my presentation sharing a piece of information that is very worrisome, especially the first when we talk about the evolution of web archiving by Miguel Costa. He says that at every 27 months, papers or academic content, that 13% of that content will disappear. If we take into account social media content, every year 11% of that content disappears. When I tell you that it disappears, it means that it will not be accessible. We're not saying that it has been deleted, but let's say that the URL has been changed. And this paper is from 2017, but more recently, this paper by Matias and Laxo, they address open access papers that are disappearing. So they examined the period from 2000 and 2019, and their conclusion is that within that time frame, 154 scientific journals disappeared. If we take into account that these journals are indexed virtually 900 journals will disappear or are on the verge of disappearing. So that's extremely worrisome. And I'd like to start by talking about that. So why does SciELO preserve? Well, considering that the SciELO network repository or network actually holds more than 1 million journals and Brazil accounts for 480, and that on a weekly basis 500 papers are added. Besides that, we also have SciELO.org, Dataverse, and even the preprint. It's extremely important to consider preserving. So, and just to go back to at the beginning, it's more than 1 million documents in the network. And since 2014, SciELO started the preservation process, starting with the clocks, which is a paid preservation agency. And in that period, a great deal of index content was preserved, but we had to stop that. But in 2019, we resumed that with the Caribbean network that is part of the international LOX network for digital preservation. And to date, 3491 preservation units have already been set, and that is an increasing process. If we take into account that for every week new 500 papers are added, this means that this should be a continuous process. It's also very important to say that the Caribbean network is part of the LOX network. The LOX network runs on a system that is very similar to Portico. So it's used on the Open Archival Information System, which is the reference for digital preservation. So the Caribbean network follows same model used by Portico and LOX. So it's very important to address preservation. But it's important to bear in mind that preservation means to preserve the integrity, the content, and the availability. So I'd like to urge you to have the entire network being part of that, and not only SciELO Brazil. Every content that is preserved, each preservation agency must make metadata available to the ISSN, so that each journal can see what is being preserved. So ISSN is responsible for keeping these records available, but every agency must make available what is being preserved. In this slide, I show you how each agency can identify what's being preserved. Here I'm sharing the address so that each person responsible for a SciELO collection can also realize how important it is to be part of that. For those of you who are interested in starting the preservation process, we have the document that presents the preservation plan, and that is also part of a SciELO digital preservation policy. In order to start the preservation process of SciELO collections, it's important that at least 3 collections are made available. When I talk about availability, I'm talking about technology resources. So collections should have at least 1 server. So that will allow us to begin this preservation process. For those of you who are interested in obtaining more information, please feel free to come and talk to me later on. In 2023, we achieved the ISO 27001 certification that ensures the protection and confidentiality, integrity, and availability criteria. So that's an advance. So by 2025, our goal is to obtain the ISO 16363 certification, which regards reliable digital repository. So this is one of the future goals, and we find it very important to the entire community. So this is what I had to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Rondinelli, for your presentation. And now, we already had all the presentations, so let's open for questions from the audience. So we are open for questions. So there are questions from the audience. Good morning. I have 2 questions. First one is related to the date of the launch of PSAP, the new version. And the second one is about the use of artificial intelligence for marking the papers. Is that a solution that will be open to the entire public as a plugin? Or is it a recommendation for using artificial intelligence so we can have the possibility to discuss the solutions? About the launch of SciELO PS 1.10, we expect to have it launched by March of 2024. We have already finalized it, but we still need to add some technical issues in the SciELO system in order to really launch it. But we have already concluded the descriptive portion of that. With regards to artificial intelligence, we ran some trials, and it's possible that people and companies can try that. But according to our schedule, our development schedule, we have some people that are interested in that. So we have held 2 meetings with 2 companies that are interested in developing the marking. because obviously the platform migration is our priority now. And marking is not a priority right now, but we can talk about it. I don't know if Abel wants to add anything. Abel, is that okay, or do you want to add anything? Well, there's a question from an online participant. The question is to Denise. So Lina Timoteo asks, if a publication meets SciELO requirements except for continuous, well, is that enough for excluding that paper? So if it meets all requirements except for continuous publication, no, that is not an exclusion. But we always assess the permanence. So the criteria I mentioned are for journals that are now joining the collection and for those that are already part of the collection. We're not talking about excluding that journal, but we will give it a time frame in order to meet that criterion. So we can talk about it. And the advisory board can discuss that, but we examine a set of criteria and according also to each criterion itself. Good morning, Sigmar Rode from ABEC, Brazil. I'd like to start by commending this wonderful team. You are always providing us great service, but also all the team that is supporting us that are always growing and also led by the boss, of course. My question, how do SciELO actions relate to the UN sustainable goals? Sustainable Development Goals. Excellent question. Sigmar, excellent question. So the major goal, SciELO's major goal, is to enhance visibility and impact of journals that index and research that communicate. This goal is part of a strategic goal that's a broader goal, which is to consider that communication of research by journals are part of a scientific production of a country. And unlike some public policies, including Brazil's, separate the approach of what is published inside the country and outside the country. It's a concept inequity that will lead to inequity in assessment, in reviews, in funding. But the idea is that by working with open access, by working with open science, maximizing its availability, we are informing public policies, or we are contributing to public policies and contributing to professionals. And that is certainly aligned to the 2030 agenda by the UN associated with Sustainable Development Goals. Roberta mentioned an issue that we are starting to discuss. So SciELO should not be used only by SciELO Brazil, but by anybody. And actually, SciELO is the only platform worldwide that makes XML available. So, artificial intelligence use to index papers according to the different SDG goals. So we have the data out there, but now we need to discuss how to enhance its availability and its use. Thank you, Abel. Are there any other questions? Yes. I believe we have a question here in the front of the room by this lady. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ana. I am the editor of the Brazilian Journal of Occupational Therapy. I'd like to thank you for sharing this complex SciELO model, and it's very interesting to get to know how that works. I have a question to Solange about data availability coming from humanities and social sciences, especially qualitative research. I have been following your debate about that, and I know that this is an issue that always comes up. So, ethnographic studies. So, can you please provide us an update on that discussion? And do you have also a humanities journal within the collection? Well, thank you for your question. This gives me the opportunity to share a very good piece of news that we got. So we held many virtual webinars, and one of them was about SciELO data. For this webinar, we actually gathered the different policies, and that's why I mentioned that it's very hard to have updated editorial policies. So we assessed different editorial policies, and if they mention data and if they actually apply that, which repositories were mentioned, which areas were at the forefront, which areas were lagging behind with regards to data availability. And the great piece of news, a very good surprise, well, unfortunately, the number of journals that are encouraging data repository is still very small, very low amongst the SciELO Brazil. Although Denise talked about updating the criteria in which that becomes a requirement. And it seems that by 2024, starting 2024, every single paper needs to share that in the paper itself. The good news is that out of the few that were mentioning repository, most of them came from humanities and social sciences. I was surprised because I thought that health and biology fields would be leading that, because many of the sub areas of these large fields, well, that is how they actually carry out research, by sharing data. But it was humanities and social sciences that actually led that. And we already have that, including linguistics, for example. And I was really happily surprised by that. So we had the opportunity to talk to different areas about data availability. And what I most heard from social sciences and humanities is that they didn't have data. But these are the areas that are actually leading data availability within SciELO. So it seems to me that these two areas are sharing data. And I thought that we would find more resistance coming from social sciences and humanities. So it's already available. They are willing to share that. Question? Yes, question from the internet. It's about preprint. So I will answer the question. Comes from Maria Susana. She is the editor of a Brazilian journal. And she is asking about the update of DOI after the preprint has been published. So when a preprint is published at a journal, you can then connect the DOI that was published in the preprint. So if you're reading the preprint, you will know that that was published in a journal. And that connection right now is very challenging because it's not always that we can trace back what was the destination of that preprint. So we do not always receive that piece of information. I'm not talking about SciELO preprint. The recommendation is that the author updates that record, that the author informs the server. But there are also some mechanisms to trace that. So the cross-referencing allows us to track that by the title. So if we see that re-index in the cross-ref, we will receive a notification saying that your preprint seems to be published in a journal. And that allows us to make that connection. But this search is based on the title. So if the title changes by any means, then this notification will not happen. So that's a challenge, and Crossref is working in order to improve on that. So by searching by authors or by abstracts, so that we can increase that number. But as a best practice, authors should inform the servers whenever that preprint has been published in a journal. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Yes. Luciano, I'm Luciano from the Cubo. I have a question about preprint and two questions to Denise. And I find them relevant to collections that are willing to migrate to the new SciELO platform. Actually, it's an excellent platform, and your work is really great. So also to share how we can migrate. With regards to preprints, the suggestion is probably to have the acceptance letter of your paper, asking authors to update that piece of information. But my comment is the following. Besides shortening the time frame from 6 months for publication that Abel mentioned, and at least this is what I keep repeating to my editors. So besides shortening that time frame, once you have the publication of the preprint, we will also submit a version that is very likely to be much better because your peers have already reviewed your preprint. Another important aspect is that the author also ensures the authorship of that original paper without having to wait for the entire time frame. So I find that very important issues to be mentioned. About the questions about ORCID and the credit taxonomy for all authors. Is that mandatory for all authors? Just when using XML, or also when you're using the distribution system? So one of the challenges that we are facing, and that perhaps can help colleagues from other collections to also be better prepared. Thank you. Thank you, Luciano, for your question. So with regards to ORCID, at first we thought about having that as mandatory for all authors, but some authors do not have that registration, so that at least the contact author, so at least one author should have the ORCID registration. And also the entire editorial board should have that piece of information available. As for credit taxonomy, we recommend that credit is used because there are 14 predetermined papers, but you can also use any taxonomy system that you prefer. We recommend credit because of its specification, and also because it supports authors to mention what they have done within that scenario. Just about marking. What I've seen, and that may cause some confusion, when we receive an archive that uses taxonomy or does not use taxonomy. When there is no taxonomy, and let's say that the person in charge of marking finds something that is similar to what has been similar to credit. So they will enter one, let's say we don't use half taxonomy. It's either applied on everything, so you declare that you have the use of a taxonomy, but it's not credit. So then you use rolling. So that happens. Well, thank you very much. And Alex, do you have another question? Yes, an online question from Wilson Brito about digital preservation. The question was written in Spanish. With regard to digital preservation of papers, have you considered entering images in the base 64 or XML generated in the papers? Okay, I'll try not to be too technical, but what's important to take into account when preserving is the open model. So when you talk about long-term preservation, it's important to consider the files extensions, and if you want to preserve them, they should be open. So if you think about images, JPEG or GIF, if it's not an open pattern, it will not be considered something that can be preserved. So what happens is that over time, it may not be reproducible. So when we consider preservation, we should use open formats. So that will depend on not on the base 64, but rather extension. So XML is certainly an open model, so it can be preserved. Now, with regard to images that SciELO makes available, they are all open formats. Good morning. I'm Cristina Fraga from Spain. My question is to Rondinelli about digital preservation. So I'll try to speak Portuguese. It's a question from an editor of a biomedicine journal. PubMed Central, it's included in PubMed Central, but the question is the following. Do you recommend having it included to have a plugin in an Open Journal System 3, which is called PKP M3, or is it enough to be part of PubMed?
The preservation process, especially where we call the lock server, you need a plugin. Well, let's see if I've understood your question. JS has a plugin, but the flow of SciELO is not on JS. Those journals can use JS plugin. SciELO has its own plugin, and it does what we call a poly. We can download the website and do preservation. JS has its own network. It's part of Jasper that we assure that open access projects have this support. As I said before, 154 articles. And the Caribbean network has an important project to preserve the journals that are using JS or JS format. I believe I have answered your question. Just to add a comment, Christine, the National Library of Medicine, NLM, defines in Medline or PubMed that they accept as preservation if it's in PubMed Central, but they do not follow the recommendations for the whole community. The question is if you are in Medline or PubMed, but they do not strictly follow the preservation rules. I will complement Medline or even OAJ, the OAJ states that you have to disclose where you are preserving. SciELO is not a preservation agency. The Caribbean network is. We are part of the Caribbean network. Medline requires the preservation agency to be certified. The Caribbean network is not certified, but that's one of our future perspectives, to launch ourselves as a reliable repository. So you have to be concerned to be in a repository and in a preservation agency. If it's a requirement, many journals may not be indexed. There are two online questions. They are quite similar. They are about data and preservation. Laurie Storch is asking how a journal that is part of SciELO catalog can be included in SciELO data. Ana Cecilia Paula is asking how is the process of publishing SciELO data in SciELO data for SciELO Brazil. So the journal is already at SciELO. You have to update your editorial policies, include SciELO data as one of your preferred repository, send an email to SciELO, and we can share SciELO data email. We schedule a first meeting to discuss about implementation, and then we create a data versus and start operating together. In order to create the repository, just contact SciELO data. Is there another question about articles? The process to publish data in SciELO data. To publish, you need the assessment by the team, the curation team, and you have the support by SciELO data team. You have to create data verses. The SciELO team will orient you how you can do this, and we do together follow-up till the team is confident enough to work alone. We work together. Today, preprints, SciELO org and SciELO data, they are preserved, but we have different approaches. SciELO data and preprints, we need a flow. So there is an integration with a software called Hematica that use a different preservation standard. And after preserving, we can present in three different places so that we can assure a preservation standard. LOC's network includes SciELO.org, and it's a cluster so that, geographically speaking, we can distribute data. If one server fails for any reason, we have more servers with the same data. So we have this equal distribution. If you are part of data SciELO.org, everything that has been published is preserved. We have a few minutes for two questions. I'm Eduardo Rocha from Arquivos Brasileiros de Oftalmologia. It's an ophthalmology journal. I have two questions. One for Amanda. Congratulations for SciELO books. Excellent support. You have the support of university publishers. And I could see more support. You commented that some authors could use what has already been published and make it available in the platform. But some authors could not sell books through the platforms. What is the obstacle? Or could SciELO be the bridge connecting the author and I will ask the second question to Rodinei. Abel mentioned that PubMed or NLM, they do indexing, but they do not do data preservation. If PubMed asks us for data integrity from one end to another, when you look a subgroup, PubMed Central, are they keeping data or do they preserve articles that are certified? So I have those two questions. About the first question, we have three publishers that are the founders of SciELO books. They gather and they gave support so that we could build the platform, so that the value of the book would be lower and would be enough just for publication. That's one. We charge it once so that the book will be published in an electronic format. SciELO Books is like a publisher for the publishing houses. We are responsible for the flow of publication to make the book available, and then we give access reports to the publishers. There are some small publishing houses, or depending on the requirements, if they get requests from Amazon, Kobo, Google, it's more difficult for them to accept such resources. But the publishers make an agreement with us. We receive the values, the payments, and the publisher has an agreement with SciELO so that we can distribute the books. But if we work with open access, we have those payment procedures. The university publishers, they survive based on the profit of books sold. When we established SciELO Books, we could not work only on open books, open access. Otherwise, we could not have some other relevant books. part of our revenues will go back to the publisher, and I have a publisher who will finance open access books. I will try to answer your question. Medline requires where you are preserving data. If you inform that you are preserved by the Carinian network, they want to know if Carinian network is a reliable repository. It is reliable, but it's not certified. But Medline has this criteria. They require certification. Based on this, you need another alternative, maybe MedCentral. I don't know if they do a preservation of the whole contents. I think they do the essential metadata. But that's a matter of criteria they could accept. If you have a consortium, the International Consortium Center, ICC, and they just accept repositories that are acknowledged at international level, why not accept the Carinian network that uses locks and not use the criterion of certification? I will just make a comment because it's a quite delicate matter. NLM, the National Library of Medicine, communicates that if the journal is not certified, could not be indexed by PubMed or Medline. Those who are indexed there have to solve this preservation issue. So you should not preserve, but deposit in PubMed Central. They consider PubMed Central as a way to solve preservation. In order to be in Medline and PubCenter, you have to be preserved. If you are not preserved, the quickest way is by Medline Central. And SciELO is compatible with XML from PubMed Central. Thank you, Abel. I don't know if you agree. If you have further questions, they could communicate, email the question to all the panelists. It was a great pleasure to be here in this panel in our second day of SciELO Network meeting. We've discussed about coordination, about update, about the SciELO model of publishing, the challenges that we have, and future perspectives. Thank you all, and I'd like to thank the audience. Thank you. We are going to resume at 11:30. Thank you for your attention. Good morning. Let's resume our work. Now we have our second panel this morning, and it's about visibility of SciELO journals. In this panel, we have Jimena del Rio Riande, who is a researcher at CONICET, and she's a member of the board of directors of the Tax and Code Initiative. And she represents DOAJ in Latin America. Washington Segundo, Technical Coordinator of Treatment, Analysis, and Dissemination of Scientific Information at IBCIT MCI. Rafael Pesuto Damasceno is a consultant at SciELO, and he's doing his postdoctorate degree at the University of São Paulo. Ramirez, she's a leader of the library, and she works at the Centro de Desarrollo Estratégico Información en Salud y Seguridad Social, CENDES e CCSS. She's the coordinator of SciELO Costa Rica. You have the floor, Mrs. Ramirez. Good morning. We would like to welcome everyone who is online and everyone who is in the auditorium with us. In the second panel, we are going to discuss about visibility of SciELO journals. Jimena del Rio will discuss about SciELO journals in DOAJ. Good morning. Thank you, Abel and SciELO team for this invitation. Well, that's enough for my mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. My lecture is focused on SciELO journals in Doha. And tomorrow, we will have a lecture by the director of DOAJ, the director of Open Access Journals. I will explain what is Doha, because maybe some of you may not know about this project. This year we celebrate our 20th anniversary as a directory. DOA is a directory of journals at international level, open access in any language, but there is a requirement there should be peer review. It's a public database, data are curated, and we do a careful review and analysis of all journals so that we have a tool that researchers can make their search and have this list of open access journals. As I mentioned before, in any language. And that's an element in order to know open access. There is an IP, and we have Excel spreadsheets that you can download and study the journals, because we have this open access project at the global level. Moreover, it's a non-profit directory. We have inclusion criteria, very general criteria, according to the good practices for scientific publication. And the directory was working with ASPER, with COP, for multilingualism. And this is related to our panel, and that's an issue that we do value. That's transparency of data of all journals. The journals should explain in detail what are the review policies, what are the policies regarding authorship, and we do pay attention to all details. We do periodical reviews of the contents, and as I said, it's a tool. The directory is a tool for those who are interested in scientific publication, be them professors, teachers, students, publishers, editors, etc. %82 of our funding come from academic organizations. We want to be independent. And DOA has a roadmap for open science in Latin America. This year that we are celebrating our 20th anniversary, we are working on 3 axes: open, global, and trusted. And if we think that if we have an open access directory at international level, we may have problems, and we should work and make our work visible. The figures are quite high. We have journals in 80 languages, 174 countries, over 13,000 journals that do not charge APC. And that's interesting to see. The articles that are independent, and we're going to talk more about this. I said that it's a global repository, but it has some problems regarding representation of the shares. Of course, English is the predominant language for different reasons. English is the language of scientific communication, and there are many journals that are indexed. And I have people who are working for indexing or for the application for indexing in English. But we can see we have English journals in Spanish and Portuguese. So this is related to the representatives. And we can see we have journals from different countries depending on the public policies of each country. Indonesia, it means that from 2016, 2017, there was an encouragement in this increase the number of journals from that country. And this may apply to Brazil as well. And what about Latin American countries? The figures are based on our most recent statistics, and we have a large representation, large share from Brazil, followed by Colombia, Mexico, Argentina. And the numbers are increasing, have been increasing recently, and now we have less than 20% of our repository comes from Latin America. But we want to have the correct figure, but it's not only indexing, but we want to do curation work for each journal. We have some agreements. Tomorrow we are going to give more details about these agreements. I just want to mention some of them. At global scale, we have toolkit that will be translated into different languages, and they are important tools for those who work in open access of scientific communication. But today, for this lecture, since 2019, we have included SciELO in our directory, and since 2019, to be indexed in DOA is a compulsory criterion to be part of SciELO collection. And for us, it was very interesting because we are working only in our region. In 2020, together with Solange Santos from SciELO Brazil, we organized some workshops in Latin America, and we work together with Yvonne so that all journals that were in SciELO that could have a successful application to be part of our directory. We could increase our figures, and this decision helped other public policies in different countries, such as Peru, where DOA is part of the assessment policies of RENACIT. The same applies to Colombia, CAPES in Brazil, and also in South Africa. So DOA is considered in the assessment or evaluation tools. Other figures that are interesting to show regarding SciELO in our directory and I would like to thank, on behalf of DOA, the Service of Libraries from UNAM, that's the National University of Mexico, and we want to compare our numbers, an internal benchmarking. And in the end of this presentation, I will show them so that we can think together what we can do and establish a dialogue. We can see SciELO collection have 1,800 journals, and out of these 1,800 journals from SciELO collection, 1,032 are included in DOA. And we are working together to include the remaining journals. We've been doing this since 2019. More figures. That's the total number of journals that we have from Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Argentina. And you can see here, that's the last update. SciELO and DOA by countries. But we have a journal from Mexico. We have more to add here. In this slide, we have just 244. We have more, and we can discuss about this. But we have advanced a lot considering the figures. An update in the number of journals. We can see an increase of SciELO journals in DOA. I would like to remind all editors, because we can upload using XML, and we are going to discuss how we can apply to DOA. But it's a sine qua non criterion to have your figures updated. And I always recommend once a year to upload one by one. Is very boring and difficult. But you have IP, you can export XML, just click a button and you can upload. By doing this, you can apply to DOA. And there are some characteristics of SciELO journals in DOA. We have more health science journals. It makes sense because you have health collection of SciELO that is well represented. But in this directory, we have more universities. In the SciELO DOA group, we have more journals that belong to associations, societies, networks. And it's interesting to know about this. Brazil has a larger distribution. We have more associations and universities represented in different disciplines, including humanities. We have journals from UNAM in Mexico and the Pontifical Universities from Colombia, Chile, Peru. So they are well represented in the SciELO DOA journals. Talking about APC journals, we can see the figures. Some journals we don't know what occurs there, but approximately the figures are close to percentage. Not the absolute figure, but percentage. The only place where we have a more evident difference is that over 90% of the journals in SciELO DOA that have not applied to our stamp, the DOA stamp, or seal of quality, better say. But we have other requirements that the DOA considers that are good practices, good editorial practices. But in order to apply to DOA seal, we need the copyright just by the author. We do not accept journals that use non-derivative licenses. So we have some criteria, and the journals should comply with them. The journal has to be updated in our directory. The journal should be in the registries or archives, should have a presentation policy, and DOA is part of the JASPA program in order to increase preservation of journals. So these are different criteria. So if the journal is already in DOA, they can just update their profile, their data, so that they can get the DOA seal. And that's one matter that we should agree between SciELO and DOA. In order to conclude my lecture, I would like to discuss about the possibilities. DOA is a directory that will increase visibility that SciELO gives to the journals. I will speak very clearly. I was in Hong Kong in a conference, and there are Argentinian journals that I'm the editor. And you know that the web is an open space, but it's not as open as we imagine. And the search engines will make some matches that are not related to the Argentina database. But I found the journals in DOA. Therefore, DOA gives you this possibility to republish data. And this is very important. We need visibility to the journals of our region in order not to have occult journals in the global scenario. And DOA has this program of ambassadors, and you may resort to a help desk if you have any questions. But if you are not sure how to apply to DOA, how to update data in the directory, you should contact who is the ambassador of your region. I'm Jimena del Rio Riande, and we are available to discuss with you about workshops, about lectures. We can work together revising just the minor details. We are here to help you and to increase visibility of SciELO DOA journals. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jimena del Rio, for your presentation. Now let's continue with Washington Segundo. He is going to talk to us about the dissemination of scientific information, and he is from the Ministry of Technology, Development and Innovation. And he's going to talk to us about the open science using idea. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll speak in Portuguese because I feel more comfortable. But I'll speak slowly and I'll try to be very brief in my presentation. So I'd like to start. As I was introduced, I work at the Brazilian Institute of Information Science and Technology, which is part of the LA reference. So each country has a representative that's part of a council of a board regarding this Latin American network and with the participation of Spain. So the network called La Referencia, which is the open access repository network for science. So there are 13 countries that participate in that, 12 from Latin America and Spain in Europe. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, we have a representative from each country at our steering committee. In Brazil, IBICT, the organization I am part of, represents the country. Each country elects a national portal that brings together open access research. So in Brazil, we have Oasis BR, which is the Brazilian portal of publications and scientific data as open access. So we have Oasis BR that gathers information from research data repository, also repository of scientific journals, local libraries with theses and dissertations, and also preprint repositories and other types of portals, such as books. So we gather all the scientific production of Brazil. And this model is the same model that is used by the other countries that are part of the network. So ACES-BR showcases the scientific production nationwide. So La Referencia then collects all these references, and we also mirror ACES-BR plus the recap, which is present in Portugal, and via La Referencia, the metadata that are gathered in Brazil will also reach the OpenL network in Europe. Also, theses and dissertations are brought together by NDLTD, which is a consortium of different dissertations and theses. So how does SciELO connects or works with the La Referencia network? So we bring together the content of SciELO journals as well as preprints, also the repository of SciELO research, and we follow criteria in order to have scientific journals that can be added to OASIS-BR. Amongst the criteria, one of them is to participate in SciELO Brazil. The journal does not need to participate in SciELO Brazil, but if it participates, it will be part of OASIS-BR. There are some other criteria I'm not going to go into details, but this is how we go to SciELO Brazil and other countries of La Deferência. They follow the same reasoning. So they collect the SciELO journals nationwide, and then they go to La Deferência as a cascade flow. So Oasis BR brings together information coming from the Portuguese portal. So here I brought you information regarding Brazil. So for Brazil, we collect 1.3 thousand Brazilian journals. 400 of them come from the SciELO Brazil network, and that accounts for 30% of the journals that are collected. As for number of documents or number of objects, 3.75 million objects. 1.4 million of those are articles or papers, and 490,000 coming from SciELO Brazil. And that accounts for 35% of papers. Other types of papers, dissertations, theses, so all these coming from the different libraries and repository of scientific publication. We also include conference papers, book chapters, reports, and books. And preprint. 100% of preprint come from SciELO preprints. As an estimate, we do not know exactly the number of accesses and users of items coming from SciELO, but we estimate that approximately 3.5 thousand people access Oasis BR every day, and that 13% of those access papers or documents coming from SciELO. So 455 users actually access SciELO resources via Oasis BR. Just to show you how this flows, you have a paper on SciELO that can also be accessed via Oasis BR or La Referência. And in La Referência, on the left-hand side, you can see the use metrics. We are trying to measure, so use statistics, considering the source, the repository, or the journal, and the portals, be it Oasis BR, La Referência. This is still under development. And then we can also find the same paper in OpenAIRE. And what's interesting here is that OpenAIRE will also tell you where that paper was published. So the journal in SciELO and also in the La Referência network. So we can see that we have this interconnectivity. We were also talking about statistics. So La Referência was funded by an international organization in order to develop and enhance the statistical data. Furthermore, with regards to statistics, it's very important to consider persistent identifiers. Not every single resource has a DOI so that we can have statistics about those resources. So we are also developing an identifier based on a blockchain. This is an eBICT project in partnership with the La Referência network, and that will certainly support our statistical service that's also being developed. And just to conclude, we see this advance. So in the past, we had scientific journals that operated in an isolated way. And then we had scientific journals talking or interoperating with repositories. Then we have the portals that allow the communication between scientific journals and repositories. And now with EBICT, we have as a model for La Referencia Network. So we have a model called Current Research Information Service, CRIS, in which we try to bring together the entire Brazilian research, and we also intend to expand that portal that only brings together the research produced to a panel of the entire research ecosystem, not focusing only on the results. And we are using the same platform that's being used by La Referencia for Oasis BR and also for BR Chris. I can share more about BR Chris in the Q&A session. Well, this is what I had to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, thank you, Washington, for your excellent presentation. Now let's move to the next presentation. Rafael Damasceno. He holds a master's degree from the Institute of Mathematics from the University of São Paulo. And he's going to talk to us about access to SciELO journals and the access metrics. Well, good morning, everyone. The goal of my presentation is to share how SciELO measures access. When we talk about access metrics, we're talking about the number of times that a paper or the entire collection was consumed by individuals. It's important to set up strategies in order to measure access because robots also consume this content. It's not people only. So this is an overview of my presentation. And from item 3 to 7, these are actually examples on how metrics can help us. And I'm going to start talking to you about Counter R5 access metrics. Counter is a set of strategies that's used by SciELO in order to count access, to have the access count with precision. In 2020, Counter R5 was introduced, the version 5, and then it is limited to 4 types of metrics. So total requests and total and single investigations and total and single requests. So with regards to Counter R5, we see this distinction between what's access to entire content, requirements to content, to accessory links. For example, the abstract page. So when we talk about single or total requirements, we're talking about access in which the goal was to access the entire content as PDF, XML, or HTML. Some of the strategies that Counter R5 determines is to ignore access done by robots, also to remove double clicks. And what's a double click? Somebody who has opened the same paper twice or 3 times, or opened the PDF version followed by opening the XML version. So there are strategies in order to prevent counting to be above what is the actual number of access. So this is just one example of what we call a request to see a paper. This is another example, and here I'm sharing the PDF version of that paper. So it's very important that we can track the different ways that the paper is accessed. This is XML version. We also count this type of access. And this is for investigation, so the abstract page. Just to give an idea, I'll try to move away from being too technical. So how data is processed in order to really build access metrics. So once we access a SciELO web page or the abstract page or a paper page, a record is kept at the server about the computer that was used to access that. So the IP address, the browser, the version of the browser, and the year, month, day, time, minute, and second. That's very important. We also have the session code. That's what allows us to remove double clicks, for example. So somebody will access that page and we will have the log information that will be then submitted to different processing so that we can have the counting or the counter metrics that is made available via what we call the SciELO Sushi API. Sushi API is a framework, it's a protocol, to tell you the truth, on how we should make that data available, even allowing connectivity with other services that can consume those metrics. So there are two major components when counting access. One is counter, that will determine how things are counted, and the Sushi API, which will then display these countings. What questions Sushi API can answer? We can tell you how many access counts has a journal had in the last 3 years or in any period, how many access did an article get over a specific time frame. For papers in which we have an article published in different languages, how many access did each version have or had? So for example, Portuguese version had more access than the version in Portuguese or in English. And also, where did access come from? Because we have the IP addresses, so we have the log information. So we are able to say that, for example, countries in the Americas are the ones that most access a specific journal or specific type of article. And here I present a guideline on how to use Sushi API. And Sushi API can be used by other systems in order to benefit from data and also to present that in a different way. But it can also be used by people. Just enter some parameters. And this is what this guide teaches you. So once we use, for example, this address, usage.apis.scielo.org, this is what we call a JSON format. But we can also access more interesting pieces of information, different types of reports, the collection report, title report that are more related to journals, as well as more specific items such as the articles. So based on the codes of the collection of that journal, SSM, or of the articles, which are the famous PRGs, we can have the counts or the number of accesses for such types. And for SciELO, we extended that to two other types of report, the language report and geolocation report. So they give us the access count based on language and country where that access took place. So this is just an example of a search. So you have the URL and some parameters, begin date, end date. So when you are starting to count access, so you can use the collection report between January of 2018 and February of 2022. These are the parameters that you would have to enter, and then you would request that using the same browser. And that would give you a result very similar to this image.
As you can see, the result can be aggregated by months from January 31st to the 1st. So we had 14,166,165 accesses. In the JSON format, as we usually have for IT people, or as a spreadsheet, LibreOffice or Excel spreadsheet. And on the columns to the right, we can see information per month and per metrics. That's the total number of requests, the headers, all these are, you have this information in the guide. It's quite informative. That's a list of routes, just out of curiosity for you to see. I won't give details about this, but it's good to give you examples of how we count. When we want to know how many accesses we had per collection, we use the criteria CR-J1. CR means collection report. Doing some experiments for the Brazil collection, so on the x-axis we have the months, and y we have accesses. And we can see the yellow line with a triangle pointing down. That's 2020. And we can see during the pandemic, we had more accesses than the other years. In 2021, there was a trend to have more accesses. That's the green line. In 2022, we can see there's a drop in the number of hits. And in Brazil collection, we have this characteristic. The number of accesses is greater during the school months. So they may be related to access at universities. And we can see other collections, but depend on the logs of those collections. What we could see so far so that's the number of access per number of documents. We can see that Chile and Mexico, they have more access than Brazil. I just checked a few months and to give this information. We can also check per journal. So that's the TRJ1. That's the title report. So Ciência e Saúde Coletiva, that's an area, Science and Collective Health. We can see more accesses in 2020 than 2021, and we can look at the journals. Actually, that's the name of the journal, Ciência e Saúde Coletiva, And we can look the means here. 20 for Revista de Biologia Tropical from Costa Rica, and close to 39 to Ciência and Saúde Coletiva. And we can also check metrics per language of the document. You can see for one journal, we can see how often the language was accessed. On the second line, I have English that was accessed 100,000 times in April. And then you can see in Portuguese. And that's the graph showing access per language, more in Portuguese. But that's Revista Latino-Americana de Enfermagem. But if I divide the number of accesses per the number of documents, we have a different curve. Spanish and Portuguese are similar, and less for English. Another report is per year of publication, title report J4, and you have the whole column informing the year of publication, and columns to the right showing the access of that document. And you can have such graphs or charts. We can see previous years may have more access than the current years or more recent years due to exposure time. And in order to conclude, we have the georeference report. I have a column to know the country or the journal from each country. The codes are the codes for each country, 2 letters. AD, Andorra. AR, Argentina. So Argentina had 1,030 accesses. And you can see for the Brazilian Journal of Medical and Biological Research, we can see orange in the Americas and 30% in Asia. But we can check for sub-regions, 30% Latin American and Caribbean, and 21% North America. And we can mix this with the language, but I have not done this for this lecture. And you can see in this chart, or in this map, in blue, where we have more access. So that's what we can do to make information more interesting. Thank you. I would like to thank Rafael for the excellent lecture. Let's check if you have any questions online or from this auditorium. Jimena gave us a context of DOA, and showed us 80 languages, 134 countries, and more articles in English. In 2019, SciELO made it compulsory to be part of DOA. So now we have 1,032 SciELO journals in Doha. Washington presented how we can check the portal.br, and there is an integration of journals and repositories, and we have defined the criteria in the policies, and we have SciELO Brazil collection accounting for 30%. And we can check how many users per day, 13% from SciELO Brazil. On the other hand, Rafael showed us the metrics for access, and how we can build the metrics, each with different access by IP. How we can retrieve XML, SciELO API, multimedia, the most often accessed journals or articles. And he also showed us how we can use this when we're doing search. We can retrieve information, considering access at the level of journals, per year, how we can retrieve, and then interferences. All this considering open access. If you have any questions from the audience or online. We have a question from Dr. Jimena, one of the panelists. I would like to know more about the development of, and I would like to ask about why have you decided for blockchain solution? I know there are other alternatives in the region that value Arche, and there are developing other elements. And moreover, we have made an assessment of blockchain. Why have you chosen it? Sorry, we are having technical problems. A técnico, por favor. Problema com o microfone. Well, with blockchain, I will talk about Arche. Arche is a free protocol for persistent indicators. Once you adopt Arche, you have to maintain an infrastructure to maintain data. And we thought that if we adopt blockchain, we have many advantages. We can distribute the governance of APD, the persistent data, and there are some questions regarding performance, replication of data, but we are addressing the questions. There is a preprint that we deposit in Azenoto. It's called TAC. We have implemented it. It's implemented in the decentralized manner in blockchain. But we are aware of problems that may occur in blockchain. But in beginning of next year, we are going to do a pilot in Brazil. We are discussing with people from Argentina, with Rodolfo, in order to work in a more cooperative way and to have more references in this project. It's a Brazilian project, and that will be a reference. I'm very happy with how we are developing this. We have an online question for Jimena. I will ask the question in Portuguese. The question is about how long does DOA takes to reply to journals who have applied and then have applied with corrections. How long do you take to answer them? Evaluation time, or when not approved and then a journal will apply again. Just some weeks, not a long time. Good morning. I am Luciano from Cubo, publisher. It's a question to Dr. Jimena. Some years ago, it was a bit more difficult. There were some requirements about automation, but now it's easier, and I'd like to thank you for that. I collaborated translating the transparency principles. I'd like to know how I can collaborate translating the toolkit. It's very extensive, but it's an excellent material. It's a linked, excellent comment. Thank you. It's good to have global projects to think about multilingualism. So that's a directory representing different languages. But we have to consider representation of Anglophone countries, because there is a need to have tools translated into different languages. Sometimes it comes second because we are in a different region. We have to translate all those tools. Translation for us is very important. And when we face translations, you can apply. We have a PDF that you can download, the application form. It's a homemade translation, so to speak. And now we have to work on this application that is available in just one language. It would be good to have different translations. Before replying to all questions, I have this PDF you can download, and it would be great to have in different languages. It would be great to have translations. For many editors, that's difficult if you have problems in a different language. We don't know if we are doing the right way. Personally, I know that Considering multilingualism, we have problems for the directory and for the problems that we have to deal with them. The journal took it. We tried to have one translation, but we need more collaborators. And if you write, you can make your suggestions and you can write. There is an email contact at doa.org, and you can make suggestions. You can be a volunteer to translate. We have to revise some journals. We have done many reviews in the past, but you can send an email. Thank you very much. The translation companies, and I know today we have automatic translation, and human beings can improve the automatic or machine translation result. There's an online question from Doris Vilabo Fermin. Excellent presentation. I have one question. In SciELO Bolivia, we cannot see the metrics for all journals. Yes, this is related to log archives. They are part of the processing lineage. In order to have all metrics for all collections, we need the access logs every day for all collections. If we miss one day, there will be a valley in the access counting. So that's something that we need to improve. This path from log of the files, and once they are there, we have to be sure they are log files from that collection. We have to assure that the article or the file, better say, has no defect. They are usually sent by FTP. And you know that FTP is a way of transferring data that may fail. Of course, we have to change this, and if it occurs, we are going to have collections counting as we have for Brazil collection, because data are easier to be assessed. So that's basically the history. We have more questions. Good morning. I'd like to thank Jimena, Washington, Rafael. I thought something that was similar. I thought about psychiatrists who say that memory shows us where we are. In this world of data science, I believe that data presented here show as a scenario where we are heading to. I believe that sometimes the scholars and science, they are convinced that we have our own geography. So that's a question to Jimena. When you presented DOA in the beginning, DOEJ, I don't know if we can say it's an Indonesian phenomenon. If you think about Asia, we can think about Japan, India, Philippines, Korea. But if we fixate our eye on Indonesia, data will make us think that they could scale up in the editorial field. What could explain this phenomenon? Or would Indonesia be a reference to what we should do in Latin America, in some countries particularly? Thank you for your question. As I mentioned very briefly, one question that we have in our directory, representation, we know that some countries were more interested in being part of the directory because it's a neutral space. So you could have like a wide list for open access journals. In some areas in Asia, there are some problems as we have here, but for them it's an old problem. They have predating journals. They want to have access to this wide list of open access journals that follow the good practices, that have a code of ethics in scientific publication, and therefore there was this strong campaign in Indonesia so that the journals would make efforts to apply to DOAJ. And that's why we have more journals. But if you think about good examples that we could find, that's an example that we have to put into context. They have a problem in the country and they could solve it. But they was interested in this. We analyzed what happened there. But in my opinion, I believe that DOJ grew being neutral in collaboration despite all problems that all directors have. We are not perfect. We ambassadors, we do receive problems, but that's a great example of a solution for a problem in order to do indexing of the journals. We would like to thank Jimena de Rio, Ambassador of DOJ, Washington, who is the technical coordinator, and Rafael Pessoa, who is a consultant for SciELO. He's doing his postdoctorate at the University of São Paulo. So now we conclude this panel. We would like to thank you for your attention. Online, would like to thank online and all the participants that are here in this room. We would like to thank you. Please stay on the stage to take a picture. We're going to resume at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Director of Editus, ESC Publishing, Vice President of the Brazilian Association of University Publishing Houses. And also she is a professor at the State University of Santa Cruz. Eduardo Melani Rocha, he is the editor-in-chief of the Brazilian Archives of Ophthalmology and also full professor at the School of Medicine of Ribeirão Preto at the University of São Paulo. Professor Alex Nish Teixeira, PhD, editor of Sociologias, Vice President and Associate Professor of the Institute of Philosophy and Human Sciences at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. We'd like to invite Professor Carla Simone Pavanelli to coordinate the table. She is the editor-in-chief of the Neotropical Ichthyology, member of the advisory board of SciELO Brazil, and a biologist at the State University of Maringá. Now I'd like to turn it over to Professor Pavanelli. I forgot to mention that before we start this panel, we'd like to present you a question. So our audience here in person and online. We are repeating what we did when we celebrated our 20th anniversary. The question is, do you think that SciELO is a collective construction? So I'd like to invite you all to answer this question. For those of you who are following this conference online, please feel free to send us your questions. Here we have once again the QR code. It's enlarged, and if you'd rather access using the internet, please go to menti.com and enter the code 38709942. So now you can answer the question. Do you think that SciELO is a collective construction? Yes, no, and option number 3, I don't know. We'll give you some time for you to answer that. Once again, you can see the question on the screen. Great. We will ask the same question at the end of the panel. So now let's start. I'd like to turn it over to Professor Pavanelli. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for the invitation. I'd like to commend SciELO for its 25th anniversary. And as you saw, we asked about a collective construction. SciELO is a team that has always supported us, and I'd like to congratulate you for the 25th anniversary. So let's start this panel, Open Science, what to say to the SciELO program. I'd like to invite Dr. Luciana Lima to start her presentation. and transparent by eliminating editorial, legal, and economic obstacles to the free circulation and use of scientific knowledge. I am a co-editor-in-chief of a journal in public health, and I work for Fiocruz, an organization with a policy of open science. So our goal is to discuss and to go beyond the publication of scientific articles. So including education, which means that we have different repositories, and there is no doubt that open science is part of our organization's concern, but shared by many other organizations. Implications for scientific journals. First implication would be open access itself. I'd say that this is key whenever we are discussing open science. So there is this need to ensure this broad and unrestricted dissemination of scientific information. So it's important to handle scientific information that way. But it's also important to consider the use of open software for the development of applications. And we know that they are also involved in the editorial processes of our journals. Just as well, the publication of a database in an interoperable open format, allowing the interaction with other databases. And I'd say that this is another key element that needs to be discussed when we talk about open access. What we see right now is that it's not a matter of only ensuring open access, but also to allow for scientific review that consider manuscripts that are made available in preprint servers. We already had the opportunity to listen from the SciELO team talking about preprints. Another implication is the sharing of data, codes, methods, and other materials used in the published research. And based on the presentations that we have already seen, we know that journals are not following that as much as we wanted. And finally, to have the opening of information regarding peer review processes. And there are some limits and friction for the advancement of open science. For example, support from funding agencies. They do support SciELO initiatives, but I'd say that funding is still something that we need to improve on. It's important that we really have more support for the advancement of open science. SciELO has certainly played a very key role, but there are cultural barriers, and they are related to how science is produced and how science is shared. We also see technology barriers. This morning, I was impressed with all the initiatives by SciELO, but considering the conditions faced by scientific journals, we still have a long way to go. Also, a low engagement in the review process and the poor use of preprints. Preprints allows us to also establish a dialogue before that article is published, and that also supports the review process when we have comments. And also what we see is that the participation regarding preprint review and comments is still low. So we need to increase engagement in that arena. Another important point would be the poor use of preprints. The COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated that sometimes, as an attempt to talk to the media, that sometimes what a preprint is not very clear. And during the pandemic, we had the dissemination of poor preprints that certainly damage the health of our population. So we need to be concerned about how preprints are used and to know the difference between a preprint and a peer-reviewed and validated article. But there are some other limits and frictions that are related to the market of scientific publications. This market is dominated by three major companies. It's a very profitable business, and they dominate the publication of scientific papers all over the world. So such publishers are responsible for journals that ensure open access, but tied to payment of publication. So in health, some journals are charging approximately $3,000. And who is paying for that? Society. It's tax funds that are being used for paying for that. And these high prices are significant barriers in order to disseminate scientific papers. And that's also a barrier for having a sovereign science, determining our priorities regarding the field of research, the subject of research, a science that can respond to the social needs of our society, not to mention inequalities. And we know that inequity is present, especially when we compare the countries in the northern hemisphere to the global south. There are also issues related to the science evaluation model. And we know that different stakeholders take part in that. So business groups, small publishing houses, researchers, research institutions and groups, regulatory agencies, and funding agencies. But what prevails today is the model to assess science, to publish or to perish. So we see this overvaluation of the use of bibliometric indicators, limitations of the impact factor, and we know that that can be manipulated. For a single journal, the number of citations varies regarding the same articles. And it's very hard for us to explain why an article has more citations than others. And in graduate programs, we also see that there is encouragement and funding given for publishing in foreign journals. And the amounts paid are very high. I could also discuss the prioritization of issues that are of interest of countries in the Northern Hemisphere, mainly the US and the United Kingdom. Also, how that is assessed, overvaluing publications in English. I'm not saying that we should not publish in English, but today we see Brazilian journals that publish articles only written in English. And it's important to say that this will prevent many readers from benefiting from that. And also to support the education of our society. And we also see that there is these number of papers that are published in foreign journals and are not submitted to Brazilian journals. So that certainly also has impact on the quality of science in Brazil. But we are here to discuss not only open science, but open science with impact, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. That means that we need to discuss other subjects beyond open science. Please allow me to share some other elements that are present today when we discuss responsible science and a science that supports a country's citizen. A responsible science that is related to the impact we want to achieve. But it's a science that can produce responses to the social needs stemming from the changes in our world, considering the improvement of living conditions of our peoples in different parts of the world. We have seen many changes after the COVID-19 pandemic that had impact on the demography, epidemiology, information technology, social communication, how we talk to society, climate change, climate phenomena, changes in the working arena, also funding, the expansion, and also the reconfiguration of the private sector, as well as political representation and social participation. So I'd say that these are the major issues of our world right now, and that certainly strengthen the social inequalities, so differences in gender, race, ethnic group, living conditions, accessibility, socioeconomic class. So we need to think about what we do. What kind of science do we do? And also, it's important to trigger more meaningful dialogue between different fields, be it between the same field of science, different science fields, in order to address all the changes and the challenges that are highly complex. That's why it takes systemic approach, multidisciplinary dialogue, a plurality of ideas and representations, considering the different scientific fields, and also our commitment in order to decrease inequity. And as for scientific dissemination, that can be considered specific field of knowledge. So today there are graduate programs that focus on scientific dissemination, but it's also a strategy, and the goals are to expand this debate and to fight anti-scientism, to turn scientific knowledge more accessible, and also to strengthen the ties between science and citizens in order to achieve a science that is more focused towards citizenship. With the COVID-19 pandemic and the participation of scientists in disseminating knowledge has increased a great deal. So we see more scientists discussing different health issues in the prime time news program. But we don't see that increase when we talk about articles. And it's still very tough to transform that scientific paper into a language that can be better understood by lay people.
We are going to have a workshop involving researchers, scientific editors, in order to discuss a proposal of an article, and we prepared this video about birth in indigenous tribes. And this video was given to the tribes and so that they could know about this material. So what would be the challenges and perspectives? We have huge challenges. I'll give some ideas just to put the pigeon among the cats. And first, we would like to adopt the strategies that will promote equal opportunities for researchers all over the world. In order to achieve this, we need to expand support to the journals, national journals, and OA platforms. We don't have much support, and this hinders advancing all issues that I've mentioned before. We have to be a bit bolder in this discussion, taking all these topics to a global scenario. We need more liaison, mobilization of people. We need broader fora in order to discuss this. As to open science, we have to expand consultation, including the academic communities, the editorial teams, in order to understand what are the problems that we face. By doing this, we can have more adherence to open science. We can know more how the communities behave, and we can try to have more investments in technology and professional qualification. Moreover, we want to assure accessibility, including people with disabilities. Practices of assessment of production of scientific material according to international principles and orientation, such as the Declaration of San Francisco Dora. There is a need to have a broad assessment of researchers, not only on quantitative aspects. The organizations and the journals should be committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And also, we have to consider the importance of the social impact of publications. That's from the Cadernos de Saúde Pública, Public Health Journal, because we publish a common editorial to all of our journals when we revise the criteria for colleagues. As scientific editors, we have room to take part in this debate. Moreover, adopting strategies that will promote multidisciplinary dialogue, engaging editors, researchers, communicators, and authors in order to select evidence that have more potential of applicability. And we should have more effective tools in order to communicate science, to incorporate scientific evidence in the public policies. Sorry for being a bit late in my schedule. So that's showing how we are trying to move on publication to reporting scientific information. Thanks for your attention. Thanks, Luciana, for your excellent talk. You brought many issues that we can consider. And summarize what we want to tell SciELO. Isn't it, Abel? We want to have a very informal panel. The audience, either here in the auditorium or online audience, can take part in this debate. First, I'll give the floor to our panelists who will comment on, and later we can have a final discussion. So, Rita, you have the floor. Good afternoon to all participants who were here yesterday and are here today, and all the online participants. I would like to congratulate SciELO team. SciELO is an international reference, and that's why we are all here today. And I'd like to thank for the invitation to take part in such an important event, and to thank for the invitation to take part in this discussion. But it's difficult to comment on what you said. That's our life. I have to talk about books. SciELO Program has SciELO books, and that's where I come from. My publisher has journals, but I'm part of the managing committee of SciELO books, and I'm take part in the Brazilian Association of University Publishers. Professor Alex Nish was the former president of ABEU, but he was contaminated, so he'll be a hybrid forever. I have discussed with my colleagues since yesterday morning, because we know what we have to do. And Professor Luciana showed us our responsibility. But if we consider the journals, the books, we have to think about open review. That's a challenge. That's a culture change. How can we implement such change? I don't know. We are trying. Maybe someone here has already done that. SciELO is a collective construction. And by doing this, we can understand and move on to what we understand as open science. So we want to hear you. When Abel says, you can talk about the future of SciELO program, and we have to understand our weaknesses. When I criticize SciELO program, I criticize myself because I'm part of SciELO program, and I'm aware that I don't know what to do. I need your support. We have to exchange ideas. I will just give examples of open assessment. That's a challenge. But what Professor Luciana said is very crucial. Citizenship. We have to think about the global south, and we, Brazil, what we have considered about science in the past few years. Now we have this symbolic moment after many online meetings. We celebrated 11 years of SciELO books, and it was an online celebration. And now we are here, gathering in person. When I hear colleagues from abroad, from Brazil, we are doing science, and we are resisting. It's not easy for SciELO as well, but we are together. And also, talking about SciELO books that we can apply to the journals, I would like to draw your attention to the need of expansion, especially Amanda Ramalho, who is the coordinator of SciELO Books, who spoke this morning, together with ABEU and the Latin American and Caribbean Association of University Publishers. We have advanced in this field, but we need more. We have to grow considering quality. Amanda is taking part in those meetings. ABEU, the Brazilian Association of University Publishers. We need other people to know about SciELO program. Moreover, what Luciana said, and we have been discussing, are the revisions and updating of criteria to be included in SciELO books. We have been discussing since last year, and this is related to what Luciana mentioned, scientific reporting or dissemination. Books, together with journals, articles, are part of scientific reporting, but we achieve part of the population. There is a cost. As Amanda said, the goal of SciELO books is to have 100% open access books. But we have to think about economic sustainability, if we can use such term. Therefore, it's crucial to know that books are tools for return on social investment. Books are a form of language, a form to report results, be them online, electronic, different digital channels, or printed books. We can try to take solutions to the population, problems that the population is facing. Professor Luciana is from Fiocruz, and Fiocruz publisher did this during the pandemic. They were granted the Abel Award, and they won the Jabuti Award. We are criticized, but we know that the books are not always a slow way of dissemination. And we have to think about a permanent policy for our organizations, and also considering the financing organizations, be them journals or books. SciELO Program and SciELO books, we need resources, financial resources, in order to survive. This is very special for me. How can we keep this program alive? How can we make it even better? Because we are doing this for the population. We work considering social transformation, and we understand science as an essential, crucial tool for social transformation. And again, I'm going to mention Fiocruz and health. During the pandemic and during the last government, we underwent much and received much criticism related to science. Again, we have to launch campaigns and to tell the population in a very simple way what are the results of what we study. So SciELO has more challenges in the futures, and they have to count on us. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your comments, and thanks for addressing SciELO books. And that's another dimension that SciELO brought to us. So you contributed very well to our debate. And now, Eduardo. I would like to thank for the opportunity to be here. Luciana gave us a list of challenges. And one challenge that we can give you is that why not make your lecture an editorial for Cadernos de Saúde Pública, so that we can give to our undergraduate students, showing all the challenges that we face. You mentioned different fields, the stage of publication, who are the players, what are the challenges that we face in science, and Rita reinforced this. So part of the society will support this, and we have SciELO telling us we have to renew, we need new challenges. And that's very good because we can share ideas with our supporters, our sponsors, and we tell them what is going on, so that we don't have something that is crystallized, that is closed. Unfortunately, it occurs only every 5 years due to different reasons. Since we are talking about scientific publication, I would like to mention two phases. One by Peter Middleware, for those who are not related to life science, maybe don't know about this researcher. He passed away some years ago. If you go to Rio, to the mountains in the state of Rio de Janeiro, that's a man who was given the Nobel Prize of Physiology and Medicine, and he was born in the state of Rio de Janeiro. He has a Lebanese ancestry. His mother was a nurse. They left Brazil, and he studied in Europe. And there, during the Second Great War, he decided to study about compatibility of transplants. And people who win this prize, the Nobel Prize, show what they have reflected. In a program that we offer every year, we gave a text. Actually, it was an interview he gave to an Italian radio. The title was "Scientific Work is a Farce." He discussed about plagium, but what he would actually discuss what about the difficulties that we face, because you cannot report this on a paper. Oh, I had a problem, my fridge broke down, so I had problem with the animals, with my reagents. He was talking about this, how difficult it is to work and tell what happened. So it's a farce because we editors, we want a clean product, a finished product with beautiful pictures. And that's my last resource. And there is a coffee spot on my journal. Now I'd like to mention another author, and that's about Bruce Brown, a researcher from the NIH in the US. And every Friday afternoon, he would give a lecture, and that's why I asked for the text. He would bring cases that were supposedly hypothetical. I will publish a friend because he has resources. It's a well-written text. And Bruce Brown would say, let's discuss this situation. When the researcher was in a difficult situation, and he would conclude the meeting saying, there is no research with no conflict of interest. Whenever I publish a work, I'm acknowledged by my peers. Whenever I publish, I know I'm bringing something to my university. We still count papers. We still consider impact index or factor. And it's very important what Luciana said. The major industries and the large publishers. And considering people who taught us as researchers, as editors, because we have to say no to many people and yes to just few people. So I'd like to thank for the opportunity, and I hope I could challenge Luciana in a certain way. Thank you. Well, in this panel, everyone will identify themselves with something. So we are trying to make our panel richer. Alex, you have the floor. Thanks, Carla. I'd like to thank, I know that Alex is trying to get the questions. Annabelle, I'd like to thank for the invitation, the opportunity to comment on. I'm going to repeat what has been said. But this structure is like a viva for master's or PhD degree. We are like the examiners. Rita said where I was, about my journey. And that's a very special moment for me because at SciELO 15 years, I started working. I came here because the journal that I'm the editor now, it's called Sociologias. So I made some contacts, and then I was elected the editor. Then I was the president of ABEU. I was the vice president of when Rita was the president. When I worked at URGS, that's the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, publishing house, because we have to think about the collective construction that we do at the Brazilian Association of University Publishers. But I'm looking, what can we tell about SciELO program? I'm telling about my journey because I'm no longer an editor at the university. But we know that we had many changes in my university, you may have heard, and this made me leave the publishing house. I thought I would just go back to research. And then I became the deputy dean of the school, and I'm here now. In the second moment, when I left the URGS publisher, and I can say this is related to this question. The first question in this panel. When Alex, who has the same name as mine, because if you consider an academic unit organization, such as the Institute of Philosophy and Social Science, it's very important to listen to people. 10 years ago, I came here. And if I observe that now we have many people here, and SciELO has 54 names. But considering what has gone on in my academic life, it's important to hear no or 13 no's. As a sociologist, I want to know where the journal comes from. And this brings us some ideas, as Luciana mentioned. What is open in this? If you want to be open, you have impact, you have conflicts of interest. As Eduardo said, I have to be at SciELO. What should I do? Behave myself first or just kick the door? What should I do first? Abel told me, Abel, the Brazilian Association of University Publishers, taught me we have constant challenges. We have to think about the turnaround, turnover, people who work. We need people to change people, and especially we have to listen to people. And telling you what I learned, who is coordinating, who is telling what to do, should be a person that will say, we need open data. How does it work? What can we do in order to not promote inequality? We are talking about Latin America, about the Latin languages, South Africa. We are talking about a space with very diverse regional realities, even inside Brazil. I had the privilege of being the editor of a press from a university, and then I had a journal that was classified as 1, and the program is ranked as number 7. That's the highest rank. And Brazil went through a period that made us think about. We have concerns, different voices in the academic scenario, and we should not accommodate. We either reproduce our internal fights because of the editorial that was not launched, or we are going to be quite cynic. That's life. Let's fight. Let's accept the standards.
So, without repeating myself too much, I believe that this challenge to fight inequity is key. How do we achieve balance between the need of having technology innovation? And Luciana mentioned that this morning. Actually, many issues were mentioned this morning, and we need to handle that. But at the same time, collectively, what can we do? How do we support the editor of a journal of a university in which no good conditions are given? They work out of passion. Yesterday we talked about that. Okay, you are paid, you need to do research, you need to educate, you have community services, but it's impossible to keep doing excellent services all the time. We do not change anything overnight. We will face challenges, we will see shortage of funds. So most of what we went through is still present. So how do we achieve balance? I'm trying to organize my ideas, but once again, how do we reach a balance between the need of having technology and please allow me to be more of a sociologist now. I would not say, or I don't know if it's social progress, but sometimes I feel really uneasy when I go to some meetings and when people tell me about disruptive initiatives, innovation, and oftentimes what we're doing is just postponing methodologies, we are suppressing some voices. So while I'm here, probably I I have received some 8 new emails. And why is that? Because we need to review and review twice. So how are you going to increase the number of people who are going to do that out of passion and that are capable of listening to the different voices that are talking, so to speak? The journal in sociology, well, you have lots of different subjects. But the issue is, what should we do? A strategy that we have tried to implement is to increase the number of reviewers. I envy the person who mentioned that has, I don't know, 30 something assistant editors. But how can you ensure diversity amongst that group? Because sometimes I don't feel that I'm capable of really reviewing a subject properly. So I am very much concerned about what should we do in order to have more people joining us so that we can prevent ourselves from resetting a highly perverse model that's already in place. And that certainly has a more deleterious impact. So if SciELO can play a role in that, is to be resistant. And how to do that, I don't know, but if we listen to the collective, we may hear something really innovative. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for addressing inequity, especially considering this gap between those with more funds than others. I believe that now we can open for the Q&A, so it's time to listen to you. And once again, in trying to answer what to say to the SciELO program regarding open science. SciELO may not be able to respond to all the issues, to all the questions we have. But just as Alex mentioned, collectively, we may find ways in order to really overcome our challenges. So now let's open to the audience, to in-person audience, and also to our online audience. So I kindly ask you to please identify yourself before you ask your question. Don't we have any questions? Don't you have anything to say to the SciELO program? My name is Patrick. When SciELO data was launched, the focus was on journals indexed to SciELO, mainly journals that would then be indexed by SciELO so that they could benefit from a repository that would gather data. So what's the possibility of having that openness to journals that are currently not indexed to SciELO, but that consider being indexed in the future? I think that this question should be answered by the panelists we had this morning. So very quickly, because this was really a question to the panel in the morning regarding SciELO data. So please have all your editorial policies ready. Be aligned regarding accessibility to your articles and prepare beforehand, because once you are indexed, you will be ready to join SciELO data and open your repository in order to receive also research data from SciELO repository or any other repository you want to refer to. So be ready to join SciELO data once your journal is approved to be indexed by SciELO. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Graciele. I am in charge of communication at the Carlos Chagas Foundation. I really enjoyed this discussion, particularly Luciana's talk. So is there any plan in order to disseminate the journals and even to train journalists and educators? Yesterday and today you talked about preprints. You mentioned that people do not really know what a preprint is. And I'd also like to make myself available if you need any support. She works with journalists too. I don't know if you were asking me, but our journal has been striving in order to disseminate scientific information. And just as Open Science, my organization also prioritizes public communication of scientific data. At Fiocruz, we do have one policy regarding scientific information dissemination. So that also strengthens our engagement in a more collective way. Talking about the group of journals. But I'd say that there is still a long way to go. It would take a more permanent interaction between the different stakeholders when you talk about the dissemination of information. Researchers, editors, as well as communicators. So to bring these actors together, I think that during the workshop we carried out, in order to select some scientific initiatives. So our idea was how to handle, how to disseminate a paper on prenatal services to indigenous women. So I think that it's important to work closely. It's very important to work with communicators. But I also recognize that we did advance somehow. We have established a partnership with an organization, and with regards to public health, many relevant publications are being disseminated. And we, from the journal, we also have a plan. We have a dedicated team to discuss and to follow up on all the efforts carried out by our team regarding communication. And I find that also vital. And we can only move forward. Obviously, we need to be concerned about the publication, but also we need to consider social impact with increasing engagement, and I think we need to be closer to our society. Along the same line, the Brazilian archives also feel the pressure. It's an 85-year-old journal. It started with typewriters, and today in our editors meeting we discuss how to talk to this new audience, podcasts, in order to improve interaction, social media. And one of our papers go to our specialty curatorship, and twice, for example, the Zika epidemic, and another article that was selected that talked about some accidents involving the eyes, and that was published in a very big newspaper from São Paulo. So our goal is to have young people writing, and as a journal, we also want to be more specialized. So today we have a librarian that specialized in technology and information technology, because what we see is that we need to find a means to talk to the large audience, not to mention continued education. So these strategies are very important, and there is a cost involved. So we were also discussing funding, but it's important to have specialized people. But thank you for your question. That's extremely important. If I understood your question, you're asking whether if it would be possible to have a collection of journals to talk to the public. We tried doing that in the past, but I'd say that there is still this gap. We have some journals that are part of SciELO that could then now start working on disseminating science. And there are some other journals that do that. It's not an easy task. The scientific committee involving books, the committee got to the conclusion that it was important to also index books that disseminate science. But we need to determine what that means. what can be actually be indexed by SciELO, because obviously that's important. There is a broad range of means to do that. But the idea is not to ask SciELO, but the question here is what to say to SciELO, right? That is the question that we presented to you. So I have a question to Luciana. I found very interesting what you mentioned about the concept of responsible science. My question to you is the following. Are we talking about a moral value, or could it be concrete as a practice? Well, Abel, I'd say that we do have the two dimensions. It can be understood as a value to be pursued. But considering everything I mentioned, there is also encouragement to keep on carrying a competitive type of science. We talk about a more collaborative science, considering the challenges faced by different researchers and organizations. But I'd say that we need to really focus on the barriers that prevent us from changing the process. At the journal, what we have been trying to do is, by using induction policies, to also allow for this debate. SciELO has mechanisms to provoke different science fields. By its publications, by its communication channels. It would be very nice to have a transdisciplinary discussion involving individuals from different fields to discuss, for example, inequity. That could be a very big issue to be discussed. And I'd say that today, fortunately, inequity is part of the agenda of national policies. And we scientists, we also need to feel provoked and engaged. We are sorry, the booth cannot hear the microphone. Luciana from the Kubo Publishing House. So, Luciana, thank you for your provocations. What to say to SciELO? First of all, congratulations for leading publishers and different companies to pursue excellence. Many decades ago, we would see the impact factor. So a collection was measured by using impact factors, and today we do not see that often. So what we see today is that everybody wants to be as part of open science, of Scopus, but we know that this database, once you are going to join the base if you are being cited. So if your impact factor is considered relevant. So this is a challenge. So the question is, what should we do in order to keep on advancing, but also considering what Professor Luciana mentioned about the major international publishers and the fees that are charged. So my question to you is, Professor Alex talked about a perverse system that is already in motion. So we have some, we want reviewers that know not only the theory, but that have the practice. So what transformative agreements, are they good to Brazil? They are being discussed right now. But their goal is to have authors being paid by their organizations. Is that something good, or is that just feeding that perverse system that's in place? So shouldn't we use that fund or to earmark that for the journals themselves or for the organizations? I don't know if that was actually a question. I really enjoyed when you were asking questions to Abel. But at the end of the day, all the criticism, which is certainly a role of this panel, so it allows us to discuss different subjects. We talk about perverse mechanisms, but what are we talking about? We're talking about us, right? Because we're talking about different committees, we're talking about the review system. So at the end of the day, we're talking about ourselves. And it's very hard to move away from that. So how do we reach balance between the advancement we have achieved, the adoption of new technologies, algorithms, artificial intelligence, and the need of not using that as a mechanism that will reproduce more problems? So adding to what you told Abel, I'd say that we do have these two dimensions. I know that somehow it's important to have a documented base, right? So just giving you more work. But it's also important to consider the moral aspect. And you already mentioned conflict of interest, but we just need to determine, well, the value is already given. So, but where does it point to? So which are the values that motivate such actions? So my question to you is, how can we collectively fight this violent world we are part of. And collectively, when that uses public funding, which are the values that are guiding that? And who are we bringing together with us and who are we lefting behind? So I'd say that right now there is an agenda.
So there is an apparent direction, but we have a concrete experience because we know that some people like to keep the obstacles. We have to make agreements, but let's try to reproduce what we have achieved so far. But the dimension of inequality is urgent. That's why I mention my experience as a deputy dean. This country has gone through a process with difficult situations, and university is like a melting pot, and we have many new urgencies. We cannot just be talking about students. And if we just do this, we run the risk of just neglecting all the efforts we've made so far. If we don't do this, we may get less than what we've achieved. I'd like to compliment. You asked the question, but you know the answer. It's inside you because you mention it, trying to not show us it was a question with a solution. If we think about changing productive routines or talking about innovation, we are quite conservative. We know how to do. What we are doing now is we are every day challenged to do something different. It's so hot outside because we want to come back very quick because it's better here inside in the air conditioning. We are talking about science, and we have to consider misery outside. We produce science for this purpose. We know the way. We have a platform. We have our program. We have to be bold to just have a rupture with what is outside. So that's what we need. We defend, we support free software, and we work at universities that are associated with big techs. That's the controversy. Alex said there is an online question, and we unfortunately don't have more time. Professor Luciana is flying soon, so just one question. Online question. Well, for those who want to ask questions to the panelists, they can ask in person during the break. It's a question to Professor Alex. Jacqueline asked these questions. Before considering great innovations, you should benefit from what we have. Maybe it's a quite strict approach that I have. But I think that we should not think about great innovations if we do not have good quality for what is basic. Jaqueline, I do agree, but I'd like to go back to a point that I want to emphasize. We need to find a balance, otherwise, we just stop. Again, for those who are more privileged, are giving the directions. As Rita said, it's easy to accommodate. I'm talking about balance. We have to answer to the challenges. And SciELO, that's why we are here, meeting here. We want to know what is new, what is disturbing us. And this panel has other crucial ideas. Sometimes we have to not speed up, we have to wait, but we should not just stand still. It's just a brief comment because you have to analyze a scenario where SciELO may run risks. The panel was developed based on a collective construction, and SciELO will still be. And the journals, they have freedom, editorial freedom. Part of one of the dimensions that I want to mention here is, in order to carry on this discussion, we have to improve the nature of SciELO that we've defined as idea. Thank you. We have to conclude this panel now. Before concluding this panel, I will repeat the initial question. Do you believe that SciELO is a collective construction? Based on what was discussed in this panel, have you changed your mind? Could you please answer again this question? They are asking to, yeah, okay, that's the QR code. Let's conclude. Could you please show the previous result so that we can compare? So more for no, and I don't know. Well, we expected it to be the other way around. It didn't work as expected. So it makes us consider that's not easy. Too many variables. Open science is something new. SciELO has made much effort to bring this to us, but each journal has their own difficulties, specificities, and together we try to have a more inclusive, more open science. So SciELO will bring us different concepts. We are not editors, we are something, and we just become editors in the midway. SciELO has brought us this vision so that we can play this role of editors in a better way. I'd like to thank you all for your contributions. Thank SciELO for the invitation and for this idea of having this panel. And I'll give the floor to Alex. Thank you. Thank you. Two announcements before the coffee break. After the break, we have the last panel, and it's important to have you here. I would like to emphasize we have the closing session. Andrea, Cristina, your identity card was found. So just go to the lost and found room. Thanks, Professor Carla, for the coordination. Please stay here. We are going to take a picture. And we have a 30-minute interval. We are going to resume at 4 p.m.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. So good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to thank you all for joining us today in the second day of SciELO 25-year celebration. For this closing session, we'd like to invite Susan Beltman from SciELO South Africa. Edmundo Cesar Grinalba from Paraguay. Merlin Sanchez Estrada from Bolivia. João Mendes Moreira from Portugal. The coordinator of this panel is Abel Parker. I'd like to turn it over to Abel Parker. I do have a slide. What would we do without slides? Every day, 40 million slides are produced on a daily basis. Can you imagine that? So now we are coming to the closing session of this meeting that takes place every 5 years. It's an in-person meeting, and it's very important to all of us to be able to see each other again. Several meetings took place before this meeting in order to organize it. 30 webinars took place about different subjects about scientific communication that we called contemporary scientific communication, focusing on practices of open science. This meeting of the SciELO network comprises strategic actions and also self-assessment, which is a practice that we have developed considering the weaknesses. For example, I cannot assess my director, for example, but it plays a very important role in determining the SciELO network as a science infrastructure. And obviously, for SciELO, it's operated by national collections that is represented by a framework of public policies. Each country has at least one organization that funds that, one or more organizations, funding organizations. And we have one executive organization that is represented by the national coordinations. And each collection also has a scientific committee. So the network structure has evolved over the years. After 25 years, we could say that there is some fatigue, some shortage of models, but for this meeting, for this year, we innovated with a closed meeting. And to go beyond the closed online meetings, we wanted to hold an in-person meeting to discuss the issues. So please allow me to go over a slide with the major conclusions, and then I'll ask my colleagues to jump in and add their comments. So Jose talked about self-assessment. And we found out that there is this predominance of political and financial support. However, that is not something that we find in every single collection. One of the conclusions is that it's necessary to overcome this unequal political and financial support. So when I am amongst friends, I feel good to do certain things, but countries that do not hold more proactive policies may feel that in a different way. So one of the actions is to talk to government officials of some countries in order to share what is being done by some other countries as a means to achieve equity. For SciELO Brazil, we held a public consultation in June, and I shared a table, but that indicated a lack of satisfaction of editors regarding the support from agencies and with the Qualis system. The humanities and social science seem to be more satisfied with that. the second decision that we took after a big debate was the need to enhance the governance of the SciELO network as an open infrastructure of communication of research. So open scholarly or academic infrastructure. Our network already meets most of what's out there, but the idea is to develop a advanced governance model. And it's very likely that we'll also contract a third party to support us in order to have a more proactive open governance structure. And yesterday, Jose also proved that we need to improve on our technological platform. So our decision is to improve that. So we will set up a working group, and we will probably also contract a consulting company. This is extremely complex. We're not talking about things that can be done overnight. Roberta listed some actions, but we also want to move towards this more advanced technology platform based on XML and also massive use of artificial intelligence whenever that fits best practices and also ethical approach. Another important point was to express this ill feeling, and I am one of the persons who feel like that, considering the different conditions that we went through of external initiatives, particularly from the European Commission, that somehow divide open access in Latin America. Obviously, there are different views, different propositions, but we cannot have a division that weakens the parties. So we are expressing that so that we are careful and not really embracing a political position and then disrupt the 25-year program. Another point that was discussed was to have a guideline on the use of tools and resources of artificial intelligence in the communication of research in the SciELO network. We also wrote a document in order to hold a workshop of ethics and best practices in research communication. It's important that SciELO addresses that. And also a guideline regarding AI resources. No, sorry, he says. A declaration about the use of contributions of cost of publications in the SciELO network. The SciELO network started 100% at diamond, and especially for Brazil, the high cost of producing journals and the lack of resources led some journals to start charging. And that progressed in Brazil, a little bit in Chile. I don't know about the other countries. And today, for Brazil, 33% of journals, they charge some type of APC. And that accounts for 40% of the articles of the papers. So we need to examine that vis-a-vis the open system and the misuse and its misuse. We have already seen that. For example, if you're a journal with an impact factor of 1.5 in Web Science or Scopus, you can charge $500 for foreign authors. So $500. So if you try to make the peer review more flexible, you can publish 1,000 articles a year very easily. If you do the math, that is a lot of money, 500,000 US dollars. So SciELO started to develop mechanisms in order to identify such changes. But in order to make a decision of removing a journal, it takes a long time. Another thing that is happening in Spain and Brazil is that some foreign companies are buying journals with greater visibility. So we know that a journal from Brazil was sold, a journal from Spain, and they pay 500,000 US dollars, 700,000 US dollars. So until Web Science removes that journal, they may sell 3,000, 4,000 articles, and they profit. So that's why the ethics workshop is so important. And that's why we developed this concept of not-for-profit idea. And then the declaration of support to open science with impact, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And we find that extremely important. Susan organized webinars about this subject. So if you have nothing to do, just go over that panel. And you have people from science, from COP. It's a very interesting approach about. Susan, please go ahead.
And editing of manuscripts, as well as in the publication and dissemination of articles and books. However, Any use of these tools must be documented in the process and aligned with standards and ethical best practices in research communication. The purpose of this guide is to provide guidance to the SciELO journals, academic book publishers in the SciELO Books collection, SciELO preprints, and SciELO data on the use of content generated by AI application in research and communication. In particular, this guide provides guidelines for updating the author instructions section and internal management guidelines for manuscript reception, evaluation, and final version editing. This guide establishes standards and practices that will be applied to authors, editors, and reviewers regarding the use of AI tools and resources in research communication within the SciELO network collections. As we unpack this guide, you will see that there are very specific recommendations for the very specific groups involved in publishing journal articles. So the first one is the recommendations for authors. The use of tools and resources that assist authors in the preparation of their manuscript is recommended, as long as attribution rules are followed and ethics and scientific integrity are upheld. Authors have the right and the freedom to use tools and resources that aid in the preparation, writing, review, and translation of their articles, book chapters, or books. Many of these tools and resources are provided by AI applications. However, it is very important to note that only humans can be considered authors following the following rules and practices. Informal mention the sources of materials used in research and manuscript writing. Any use of content generated by an AI application must be mentioned in the abstract and in the methods section or equivalent. Ensure that all the cited material is properly attributed, including full citations, and that the cited sources support the claims made by the AI application, as it is not uncommon for AI to generate references to non-existent works. Assume public responsibility for their work. Concealing the use and the content of AI is an ethical lapse that violates principles of transparency and honesty in research. Then the recommendations for editors. Editors use tools and resources that assist in manuscript reception, evaluation, and editing of articles, chapters, or data files. These tools help, for example, in determining whether the manuscript fits the editorial scope, summarizing content, assigning metadata, identifying reviewers, and detecting duplicate images, among other functions. Many of these tools and resources are provided by AI applications. So editors must be prepared and supported to address the effects of AI use and content in publication when it is employed to conduct analysis or report results, which is expected to be indicated by the author in the abstract and in the methodology section. So it is the responsibility of editors to conduct proper scientific scrutiny and ensure the quality and integrity of published scientific documents. To do this, they must have training and access to up-to-date tools and resources that facilitate the detection of AI-generated or modified content. Editors are called upon to avoid misinformation, as it could have adverse consequences and potential harm to the individuals. At the same time, editors must adhere to established ethical and editorial standards and best practices, including documenting any assistance provided by AI tools or resources during the manuscript reception, evaluation, and editing process. Concealing the use of AI tools is an ethical lapse that violates transparency in scientific editing. So when the received manuscript is not a preprint, editors should not submit it to services that may disclose the identities and content inappropriately. If any ethical lapse is detected in the manuscript, the editor must follow the ethical best practices of the respective editorial. And then the recommendations for reviewers. Reviewers are responsible for evaluating manuscript of articles, book chapters, or books fairly and objectively with a focus on quality and originality. Experience and knowledge are crucial in this process, supported by the use of various tools such as plagiarism detection programs, statistical analysis software, and academic search engines, among others. Many of these tools are provided by AI applications. Like editors, reviewers must address the effects of AI use and content in publication when it is employed to conduct analysis or report results, which is expected to be indicated by the author in the abstract and methods. Therefore, they must have training and access to up-to-date tools and resources that facilitates the detection of AI-generated or modified content. Reviewers are called upon to avoid misinformation, as it could have adverse consequences and potential harm to individuals. The use of AI applications and content must comply with ethical standards and best practices and must be documented in the review reports. Concealing the use of AI tools is an ethical lapse that violates transparency in peer review. When the received manuscript is not a preprint, the reviewer should not submit it to services that may disclose the identities and content inappropriately. How to cite AI content? Content generated by AI tools should be cited and referenced as an unrecoverable source and or similar to a personal communication, following the guidelines for citing this type of resource in the chosen reference style. And then the document then goes over to notes, where there's some very handy URLs for you to actually consult. And then, of course, the second part of the notes is then accreditation to the resources used to actually compile this document. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, Susan. Fizemos questão de deixar registrado.
We want to emphasize that for the next SciELO meeting within 5 years, the world will be very different. So now let's read the workshop by César Ganado Viar. Good afternoon, SciELO America, Africa, and Europe. That was the Ethics and Good Practices in Communication, Research Communication workshop. The SciELO Program for Communication of Research in Open Science strictly follows the standards and recommendations for ethics and responsibility in production of communication objectives that apply to all collections of SciELO network. The communication objects include all the manuscripts that are sent or submitted to SciELO preprint server and SciELO journals. All the investigation data that are sent to SciELO, SciELO data, and books that are published in SciELO Books collection. Journal editors. editors of academic books from SciELO book collections, SciELO preprints, and SciELO data, they should update and continuously improve compliance to ethical standards and the best practices in communication of investigation in order to maximize their capacity to identify bad conduct in production of communication objects and avoid their publication. In order to support journal editors and academic editorials, SciELO preprint and SciELO data, this workshop was established, and we call it SciELO Ethics. SciELO Ethics will support the advisory committees of SciELO Program in issues related to ethics. SciELO Ethics will work only when required by some claim, be it by a reader, an author, a reviewer, editor, or journal supporter. And they will have the following functions: suggest preventive actions and also educative and punishment actions related to integrity of investigation communication or research communication. Should prepare and publish material orienting about the good practices when performing research communication. Should propose and foster actions aimed at avoiding bad conduct related to scientific communication and report good practice. Should examine all the complaints and claims related to bad conduct in research or communication, in journals of SciELO network or in books, and in SciELO prints or SciELO data. SciELO ethics will have one coordinator appointed by the advisory committees of SciELO program. It's a 5-year term, and it's possible to be reappointed. The coordinator will take part in the advisory committees of SciELO program. When there is a demand, the coordinator should indicate to the advisory committee one assessment or evaluation committee composed of the coordinator, a representative of SciELO program direction, 3 editors of SciELO, and at least 1 member of the respective advisory committee. They can nominate external evaluators ad hoc, and all decisions that they make should be supported by appropriate legal consulting. And they can based on the following documents that you can see on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edimondo. This effort was also carried out, as I explained earlier, in order to have an independent group to solve these issues. Now, I'd like to invite Sigmar Rode, who is the president of the Brazilian Association of Scientific Editors, in order to set up that organization. So it would be a transition phase. Okay, so now I'd like to invite Marilyn Sanchez from SciELO Bolivia. It's been a long time I hadn't seen her. She was going to talk to us about the declaration about the use of contributions regarding the cost of publications in the SciELO network. Well, good afternoon once again. It's really great to see all of you. So let me start by reading the declaration on the use of contributions to the cost of publications, CCPs, in the SciELO network. Contributions to the cost of publications are financial contributions that help cover the total or partial costs of publishing research in open access under CC BY license. CCPs will replace the use of high processing article processing charges, APCs, typically charged by commercial and society publishers. CCPs can be used by organizations in the SciELO network under the following conditions. First, articles, books, and other research communication objects funded entirely or partially by CCPs are published under strict not-for-profit models. CCP requested amounts adjusted by currencies and optionally by author conditions must be clearly visible in the instructions given to authors and on publisher websites. These amounts must also be clearly visible in the submission systems for articles, books, and other research communications, along with the date of the last update and an indication of whether publishing costs have been entirely or partially covered and any exemptions that have been applied. 3. CCPs can be paid directly by authors, by their organizations, research funding agencies, or other sources. Fourth, the organizations responsible for collecting and receiving CCPs must be clearly identified and must possess the updated and transparent breakdown of the estimated average cost of articles, books, and other communication objects, which may include those related to physical and technological infrastructure, labor, expenses, indirect costs, and possibly surplus in cases where a fund needs to be created for eventualities. Information about this breakdown may be requested by the advisory committee of the respective SciELO network collection. 5. When there is an accumulated surplus, it will be reserved for uses related to editorial functions of articles, books, and other research communication objects. 6. Organizations adopting the use of CCPs should publicly declare that they are meeting this declaration. This declaration will be improved based on recommendations and lessons learned during the use or utilization of the CCPs. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marilyn. So the creation of this concept regarding cost of publication, as I mentioned, stemmed from many journals in Brazil that charge authors for translating their papers into English, aiming profit. So in order to also consider the APCs that also represent a high value, we propose this concept. And this concept and this discussion is very active nowadays, favoring diamond journals. So this is, I'd say, gold, but they charge, otherwise they are not published. So next, and finally, but extremely important, we have the declaration to support open science. So I'm going to ask João Moreira to come up here to read this declaration. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a great pleasure to be here with all of you. And this declaration came from a consensus. And I believe that this declaration is very important to guide the strategies and activities, and also to contribute to promote sustainability. So now let me read the declaration to support open science with IDEIA, Impact, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility. The coordinators of the national collections of open access journals of the 16 countries of the SciELO network, on the occasion of its 25th anniversary, agreed to the following declaration, recognizing that 1. Developing better access to scientific knowledge is key for our collective future, not only for the advancement of knowledge, but also for the improvement of national policies and education to fight misinformation, protection of our planet, and the creation of a basis from which research can contribute more actively to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. The UNESCO recommendation on open science, approved by the governments of 193 countries in 2021, established an international landmark for open science policies and practices. 2. Open science programs such as SciELO protect and promote diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in both research and society. 3. The sustainable, resilient, and pioneering work of the SciELO network is an important scientific achievement of our countries and a valuable contribution recognized worldwide to the progress of global open access to scientific knowledge in its different modalities. So we urge, 1. National research systems to broaden and strengthen their open science policies, programs, practices, and actions to better meet vital research needs and the challenges faced by society. 2. Leaders in different open access programs to focus on ensuring that their programs maximize the impact of open science and ensure good ethical practices, while protecting and promoting inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility throughout the research cycle. And 3, building on the success of the SciELO network and recognizing that open science has many forms that may vary by field, institution, and region, national research systems to adopt decentralized open science models, and recognizing that may vary depending on different areas, once again, organization and regions. It's important that they strengthen the capacities and infrastructure of open science models, and also to promote sharing of experience and best practices in open science. So SciELO Network, September 26th, 25th, 2023.
So what is different from what João read? That's the last version that we're going to receive. So we are concluding this meeting. I'm very happy to meet you all, considering your dedication, the efforts put in our panels from editors, from publishers. And we did not expect to have so many people here. We are very happy considering what is going on. We are really very proud to conclude this meeting emphasizing the importance and relevance of our network. We have to improve our network, we know, but it's crucial to have a network in order to keep our collections and to keep our network, because we know how important they are in scientific communication. Someone said there is huge diversity considering the indicators, the statistical data. We have the vision of America, Latin America, the Africa, and Spanish and Iberian approach. So different approaches. So it's very fruitful to share knowledge with you. Thank you all who came, who are here, and the remote participants. Thank you. Thanks, Abel. Thanks, our speakers. Could you please stay on the stage because we're going to take a picture. And we conclude our second day. We're going to resume tomorrow for the international conference at 8:30. Thank you. See you tomorrow.